All right, and we're live.
Hello.
Someone would make sure the stream's actually working.
Again, why the heck are there multiple mints?
Well, you can tell which one is the right one because they have special characters in their name.
Yeah, you can look through the check-in thread
Okay,
to see
found
who's who.
Obviously, it's like you've never done this before, Idris.
Not with these people. But also, people keep changing their usernames, so I don't know if they actually. All right, like I recognize Snow, right, and I recognize Nug, and I recognize Kawa and Saris and Ultra 4.
It'd be
But
sad to
some
me if you
people
didn't recognize
just,
me.
I don't know. All right. Destroyer. Wait.
Cheese and Mongoose have not joined yet. Okay.
I don't even see either of them in the check-in though. So,
Wait,
oh, Mongoose.
no.
No, that was yesterday.
So, hang on. Match 2. Nick Snow versus Cosmic.
Destroyer, yeah. Oh,
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. That's correct. For some reason on my list it was different. Okay. Why is everything spinning?
if we can't get Cheese or Mongoose, then what are we gonna do?
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
you
you
didn't
should go
set
in and
the
swap those
thumbnail. You gotta set it to the sandwich. Blue Pages sandwich.
Okay, I guess I need to explain this again. I like having it be ship-based because that makes it easier to differentiate between the archival states of the tournaments.
Okay, okay,
Sandwich will be used for the tournament highlights.
got it.
So, has anybody joined yet?
Not for me, no. Just only Solemn and Ilian joined.
Alright, what about for you, Redstone?
That's the same match. I have Team 2 joined, and Team 2 so far is a no-show.
So, I mean, do you have like one team? And maybe we could like
Yeah.
maneuver them into the same lobby? Alright, well.
Yeah, we only have one team. So would it be Mint and Emperor versus Ilian and Solemn?
Well, it's Nick and X Snow versus Cosmic and Destroyer.
Oh, whoops, sorry, my bad.
And here I was thinking that this tournament would be off to a smoother start.
That never happens.
Silly Ceres.
You just have to learn to deal with it.
In my defense, I can barely read the numbers on the brackets, so I guess I'd
The
be...
numbers don't do anything.
Well, I usually fall in the orders, but okay.
Yeah, I had figured out how to share my display to my laptop using the Windows stuff, remote display, but it basically messed up all my audio, so that's why I was having trouble earlier. So I still have one monitor. Do you want to do a free stream match between all the hosts?
Sure, I'll win.
All right.
Oh lord. I have no vanilla builds.
We'll give you a show.
I can give you one of mine. Mini player.
So am I pinging Nick and X Snow for the next thing, or are we redoing the bracket?
We're just doing whoever shows up. So
Oh
if
Lord.
there's another team, then we'll put them on the thing.
Perhaps we should make an announcement saying because of a delay in who is showing up, it's first come first serve for the warm up matches.
Or it'll be me and Saris with Redstone and Polar Bear because that's apparently what it looks like right now.
Ugh.
We can do that. Let's just
Yeah, you know what?
give
Yeah,
them
sure,
some
I
more
don't mind,
time.
honestly. Yeah, I'm already ready to go. Redstone Polar, whenever you're ready to go, let's fight to the death.
It is now an exhibition match. Fight, fight, fight. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Okay, let me make an announcement so to bring you pie some entertainment.
The graphic is completely wrong now.
The casters will be fighting. Casters will be just fighting it out. Alright, this is not a scenario I was expecting. I'm casting along with just fighting. Well,
Or you know, you could
Yes.
focus on the fight, and I can cast because I don't have a boat in this here horse race. Wait, what?
You guys should look at the
No.
stream right now. We
I
got
don't
the
have
graphic.
a boat in this horse race. What the?
yeah, we're gonna have to provide some entertainment. Okay, let's do this.
Remember
yeah,
to
I
disable
knew
the thing.
Alright.
Yeah,
did
I
that.
disabled it.
Hell, Polar Bear.
No, it's Iliand. Can someone kick Iliand? Captain Redstone, can you kick him?
Oh god, am I cutting out my speed?
Oh.
Yeah, that made it way better.
Try and join the lobby so they can
Sarah's
see
just
what's
rock.
happening, but oh
You
well.
can watch the stream. We are streaming it.
Alright, looks like I'm taking on Redstone then. This is not gonna be a pleasant fight for me. Probably gonna get annihilated, but that's funny.
That's okay. I
No,
can
it's
take.
no, it's I forget, it's not a 1v1. There's no honor here. We can just do whatever the hell we want.
I mean, it is a team match. Why would there be honor here?
Good point.
Have you not been watching the tournaments? It's like every other
some-
match was decided by
I
flanking.
think you're forgetting I have pretty poor attention spans. So
That's not good. Whoa.
shit, that's not good.
You weren't kidding about the poor attention span, my dude.
I warned you. This is a pretty poor tactic on my part.
Yeah, letting your enemy get behind you. Wouldn't
Yeah,
recommend.
okay, alright. Well, I mean, I can buy you the time to attack Redstone's flank, but okay.
I don't know
Hey,
about you. But it doesn't seem to be doing much.
I accidentally left screen shake on and it's making everything twice as hard.
Oh,
I cannot tell what I'm doing.
Or have you considered forfeiting?
Never.
It would be a great callback. Mr. Shrek.
that's fine. I'm sorry, Sarah, to let you down, but I guess this match was kind of just a drag.
With kind of just a drag.
What does that
You
mean?
know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
The point is, this match was just well, no one actually really showed up, so I guess this match just provide some entertainment to the crowd.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you didn't want to win? You weren't trying to win? It's about glory, my dude. There's no point in not trying.
Oh, just give me a break, please. Just give me a break.
Seem to be having an issue getting through my shields, Mr. Polar.
Yeah, you do too, so touche.
I'm shooting around your shields.
Okay, well, that's just cheating.
That's cheating. Well, you know what I think? I think having an extra teammate is cheating.
Sorry,
Unless you guys get in each other's way.
I can't reverse.
Ooh.
I can't even turn really well, to be honest.
Is there anything you do well? Just for
Damage.
posterity. Or what's going on? How come we not?
I don't know. It wasn't working. Do you like that, Nuke? Oh, I missed. That would have been good.
Here, Polar, if you get out of the way, I can. Well,
Yeah, I
Acting as
don't
a
have any
shield.
more thrust. He
Or if you get out of the
You
way, I
lied.
can actually win this. Have you considered you stop sucking, please, just for me? Redstone's such a nice guy.
hey,
Alright, bye-bye. I'm going over here now.
Oh,
Good luck getting out of the ring of death with that thrust.
Yeah, yeah.
nice
the
asteroid.
asteroids.
This was intentional, Redstone.
If you say so.
I'll have you know that I've... No, I don't think that's
That's like
replenishing. Alright, take your best shot. And I will just dance in circles. That's what I'm good for, after all.
This is an unfair match because your teammate took out all of my thrust.
I took out all of your thrust.
You did not.
You were busy killing him, and he was just like, okay, this was intentional, so that Sarah's
oh,
can...
cut me a break already. I tried I'm not that good at PvP. I probably should have forewarned you on that. But at least I did some damage to at least help you, give you an advantage in a fight. And it looks like you're doing well, so no reason to complain.
I don't know,
I did
man.
lose the majority of my thrusters to missiles his corpse was firing, so that was unfortunate.
Fair enough.
Even a worthless teammate like me actually does contribute in the end. There you go, team one.
Well, you weren't worthless then.
Hmm.
You were one step above, which is still not
Alright,
worthless.
thank you. I'll take that. I'll take it. Alright, is nobody else gonna join? Are we gonna do another one, or are we just gonna just...
Well, hopefully the
Okay,
contestants are here.
I'm pretty sure people have joined, so I'm gonna leave and let the game get started.
Alright,
What?
I'm
No.
gonna join back in observers.
The only person who
That was
joined was
fun.
me. I hopped in so they could see the observers. Or do you mean they hopped into the Cosmoteer chat?
Whatever, just start the tournament.
With who, Saurus? With who?
I'm
Okay.
redoing the bracket since nobody showed up.
We don't need to redo it. Just whoever shows up first, we'll do that match first, and then we can work around that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you pair the people that actually showed up.
Okay.
Okay, who is actually here?
Sloaking is here, but he's not in the
Sloaking
first round.
So that doesn't work.
Yeah, he's not.
Alright. Tippy C, he checked in. Who's his teammate? Ultra 4? Did Ultra 4 check in? Ultra 4. Ultra 4 and Tippy C. You guys fight Solemn, do and Alien Ad.
This is going to be fun.
Your definition of fun has been rejected by the Webster's Dictionary.
Well, okay. I guess I can't entirely argue with this. This is just me providing commentary to whatever I can. I don't have anything of value to note because not even a single match is not starting yet. We're kind of just improvising their brackets, but
I gotcha.
Okay, you guys need to set up the tournament lobby number 2 again. Remember? That's like the point.
well, at least Ilian joined. Oh, and Ilian and Solemn.
All right, then the next team to join gets a bonus 100k credits for their match.
No.
I'm joking, of course.
God, no. You know what? Now that I think about it, that could be actually relatively interesting. What am I talking about? We need some at least. We need some value in this train wreck of a tournament.
Okay, guys, I still don't see a tournament lobby number 2. What's going on?
I mean, are we going to move that quickly? How many people do we
Yes.
have that it... Okay. I'll go make another one.
Thank you.
All right. So Ultra Tippy one. Good luck.
Excuse me.
All right.
Oh, at least Tippy's here. That's nice.
Remember
Ultra,
that.
nice.
Ultra.
We have our teams. It's a very good sign.
Remember that Ultra 4 was like having technical issues, so maybe that's why they were delayed.
Possibly.
Business intern. Why is news mix? I don't understand why so many people didn't show up. Like, I understand it's like the losers bracket, but like just completely dropping out without even saying as much is kind of interesting, especially after signing up.
Yeah.
Really not a fan.
They signed up for the losers bracket, or
They signed up to join the tournament, i.e.,
Okay.
acknowledging that there was an event today at the same time that they are now not attending.
Looks like everybody has their ships. We should be ready to go once they acknowledge that they are ready for combat.
Essentially, it
Looks
implies it's a choice that they're not showing up.
Right. Redstone, I might need you to unmute. Looks like they've got their. Oh, okay, we're ready. Redstone needs you to unmute so you can commentate with me. Polar and Atris, mute yourself, please. Oh, okay, never mind. Looks like I'm going in the solo.
I have
Alright.
push to talk.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Alright, we're just waiting. Welcome to the losers bracket of the February tournament. I'm glad everyone can be here. Alright, and we're looking on the right side with Tippy C. He looks to have a deck cannon rammer. Has a lot of 2x3 shields there, and a considerable amount of point defense. And his partner, Ultra, has a rail kite. I think I've seen this model before, and of course it's got a lot of point defense, so it should be able to help out against any missiles that the enemy team may possess. Oh, and what do you look at this? The Ilian Concept Mini has flak as a primary weapon. Now, flak isn't regarded as on the same level of effectiveness as normal point defense, but it'll be interesting to see how Ilian utilizes this in combat against his opponents. And his partner, Solemn Q, has a rail fan with I'll say minimal shielding. It only has 3 shields, so let's see if that is any hindrance to his effectiveness in combat. And it looks like Tippy C is taking the lead ahead of Ultra. Let's see who he's going for first. Solemn Q and Ilian slowly advancing towards their targets. Thankfully, there aren't as many asteroids in the middle, so this is going to be nice for them at least.
I suppose I
Right,
can
so-
join you for commentary for this round if Captain Redstone is MIA.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. That'd be nice.
Yeah. So, yeah, this will be a interesting matchup. This flagship is definitely a very different type of design. I'm not sure exactly what his main strategy is going to be behind that. Flak are really good at shredding through armor and stuff, but they have to get super close to actually do that. That's why he has a lot of boost thrust, so he can actually get up and close to deal some real damage.
True. And it looks like Tippy C might be heading off against Solemn, and I believe Tippy's armor and actually his point defense and shielding may be enough to stop Solemn's rail projectiles. Although, when looking at him, those are some serious railguns right there. So let's see how effective those are. Normally, max effectiveness caps at around 8 to 9, if I recall, and looks like he has 14 segments, which is interesting.
Yeah, 13 long.
But 13.
Yeah, it's way over the max range, but he'll still get higher penetration and damage and speed.
True. It's like Ilian's staying far away from the battlefield. He's just taking his time to assess his opponents. Maybe activating his boosters soon to go in for an immediate assault against Ultra, or perhaps attack Tippy's flank. Now, Ilian has to be careful because Ultra does have some Ultra's railguns may prove particularly devastating if Ilian is not entirely aware of his surroundings.
And that person, usually the wait time is like 2 minutes, and that person may or may not be able to help you. If they're not able to help you, they'll tend to do a special. But whatever the case is.
Yeah, you can see that with Ilian's concept mini, even though it looks to be an ultralight, without huge thrusters, it's only able to get 90 meters per second. But now that it activates boost, it can go 120, 130
True.
it looks like. So it would be faster on average if it had huge thrusters, but this allows it to be better maneuverable and have a higher top speed.
True, and it looks like Ultra is now paying attention. He's locked his sights on Ilian. It looks like Solemn Q and... Oh, Tippy's actually taking a retreat. He's moving away from Solemn Q and his railguns.
Yeah, I would be wary about turning my back on a railgun like that, but he seems to be just out of range.
True. However, if Solemn Q is able to advance far enough, he may be able to get a lucky shot off, which doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, Tippy C is turning around. Who is he going for? Oh, he's waiting up for Ultra to catch up. How polite of him.
Right. The reason I see my name on my stadiums, so
Yeah, when you're fighting another railgun, it's much better to have another railgun. So
True.
he's waiting for
In
his
this
teammate
case,
to get up.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I think Tippy C will have more than enough defenses to stop Solemn Q's assaults.
Yeah, the wall of PD will be very effective at stopping rails, but not
Right.
if he gets too close. So he wants to keep his
Like they're closing the
distance.
distance. The first shots are fired. Let's see how well they perform.
Ooh, he got a corner shot, which means some of the PD weren't able to stop it. But he still did not actually do... He did a little bit of damage, but the shields were able to stop most of the rest.
They're quite effective. And let's see, looks like Solemn Q is activating his boosters, trying to play keep away with Tippy C. However, it won't be enough as Tippy C's forward thrust as being a rammer will be able to outperform.
Ilinad is now
boosters.
taking some fire from the rails.
Oh,
Oh,
that's not good.
yeah, you
He's
don't
lost
want
the
to get
reactor.
close when you have point defense, but it looks like he's just kind of ramming. When you ram a rail fan, they won't be able to fan as easily, meaning they'll be reduced damage. So
It looks like Ilian is attacking Ultra, who's trying to play keep away right now. Oh, and a straight clean shot, and it looks like he's actually doing some serious damage against Ilian. He's lost a bridge already.
and then the third one being
deck cannons are slamming into the armor of Solemn Q. it's gonna take a while to pierce through all that.
True, but it looks like Tippy C has Solemn Q in a suitable position where Solemn Q can't rail fan effectively. Those wedge hooks are proving quite effective at stopping Solemn Q's attempts to fan.
Iliad is losing reactor after reactor from the rail fan or rail kite of Ultra.
Yep. Both his bridges are compromised. A lot of his parts are turned off.
Yeah, he's
It's not
trying
looking good for
to
Iliad.
regain control points to get back control of his ship. So
I don't
it
think
looks
he has
like
any
he
bridges.
doesn't. Oh yeah, he's dead. That
No,
was
he's
the
lost both of
only.
his 3x3 bridges.
Wow, should have protected those a little bit more.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there goes a
two of his-
railgun, 2 railguns from Solemn Q.
And Solemn just fired in the last attempt of a shot off, but did not do entirely much. And it looks like Tippy C Ultra is finishing off with Ilian and is coming to perhaps reinforce Tippy C's attack on Solemn. And as you can see, Solemn Q is enabling his booster thruster, trying to do anything he can to enable his ability to fan. As I said earlier, those hooks for frames are proving to be quite effective at stopping Solemn Q's attempts.
He does look to have an opening on the side, but he can't actually angle properly to get a shot off.
True. From what I'm looking at, the only of his end barrel will be connecting with his armor and not the deck cannon itself. It looks like he's losing a bit of power for his weapon systems.
Yeah,
That's not good.
it's very hard to keep rails that are very long. Oh, there's some rail shots
Oh,
from
that is not good.
Ultra.
He just lost another railgun.
Yeah. It's very hard to keep longer rails fully powered because the travel time for crew just exponentially increases.
As you said before, you do not want to have your back to to railguns. Looks like Ultra is easily taking advantage, and it will be able to easily penetrate Solemn Q's defenses.
Solemn Q appears to be rotating as best he can to keep
But he's
that
already
rail.
He's just lost another railgun. He only has 2 railguns left.
Yeah.
His reactor is not looking the best. It only has 1,651 health. It's pretty close to being destroyed.
Goes another engine room.
He's really good at thinking jokes about the action at some point.
TBC's design is actually doing pretty well for him. However, the question is, how much...
Oh, it appears Tippy C. Oh, no, he does have ammo. They were just not
He
reloaded.
has a lot of ammo.
He does have a lot left. He just seems to have issues with
Easily
reloading.
building his- True.
It probably is just because the game is slowed down by so much.
Looks like Solemn Q only has 1 railgun left. Oh,
Nope,
no, he has
that is
railguns
no
left.
railguns left. There is no longer any
That is
damage
a-
Team 1 can do to Team 2.
It's just where his reactor go? Oh, his
Oh,
reactor's gone.
chain
And Team
reaction.
2 picks up the win.
It's a good
job,
game.
Team 2. Congratulations, Tippy and Ultra. You will be advancing.
Nope, there
Actually,
is.
no, I'm sorry,
It's
no,
best
sorry,
of
it's a,
3, so we
best
will
of
be
3,
doing
I
one
think
more
that's-
round at least.
One more round. Right.
Yeah, here's the upload.
Let's see if Solemn Q and Iliand are able to get their revenge the next round.
Yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's completely naked right here. I got a whole crescent and it just doesn't have any.
Polar Bear, you're echoing a bit. Just a heads up.
I believe that's my roommate's. It won't be able to be heard on stream though, so I have noise suppression.
Excellent. Alright, looks like Tippy C and Ultra are staying with their respective builds. Let's see if Solemn Q and Iliand are able to pick differently to counter their opponents. It'll be interesting to see how Solemn... Oh, looks like Solemn Q already has a another design. Looks like Iliand just picked up a diagonal barge of sorts. Ultra has changed his build. He's going up with what seems to be it's either a nuke barge, and he has two little supports: the solar flare and the bare minimum. Classy name. And looks like Tippy C has now swapped strategies, going with another rail kite. It's going to be interesting. I'm not sure what weapons Solemn Q has, but if I'm going to take a bet based on the shape, it'll be deck cannons. Let's see how he uses that to his advantage. Alright. Game is loading.
All right,
Curious
hopefully.
to see...
Okay, I think I fixed my mic now. You shouldn't be able to, well, you'll still hear it, but the stream shouldn't be able to hear it now.
Excellent. Let's see how Iliand performs this time, and hopefully he does not get easily cored or his bridge destroyed by another rail shot, but this time by Tippy, so he has that to pay attention to. Alright.
No.
Looks like TBC is facing backwards. It's interesting.
That's just so he only has reverse thrust, so it's better for him to start backwards.
And it looks like for Ultra and Solemn Q, I was right. They have deck cannons and nukes. However, I was not expecting Ilian to have missiles in his barge, his diagonal barge, but I'm not surprised by the presence of nukes. The paint job, however, is fascinating. I'll say that. If we look to the left on Solemn's ship, you can see shields galore all over. This should be
is
able to
a
help
lot
him
of
stop
shields.
Agreed. It should be able to help stop against any railgun shots, and hopefully help him against Ultra's 32 nukes, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah. I think Solemn Q should be able to dodge nukes mostly, but I don't know about Ilian's ship. It looks a bit slower.
Yeah, it looks like Ultra is engaging his booster thrusters. He's rapidly picking up speed. It looks like Ilian takes the lead for his team. He's going to make a direct assault. However, the good news is for Ilian, he has a lot of frontal armor, which should make Tippy's job at penetrating him a lot harder. Congratulations, Ultra. You can do chores while beating your opponents. Congratulations.
Amazing.
Looks like these little scout ships of the bare minimum and the solar flare take the lead. Not surprising, as they're very small and fast. Question is, how much will they actually be able to contribute during the match?
Squibs can be pretty deadly in some cases, but I don't think any of these ships have weaknesses, especially how Ilianat has large shields. But I don't really think that's going to be very effective, since you could just ram the large shield to get through its defenses.
And it looks like Solemn Q has set his sights firmly on Tippy C. And it looks like the HE missiles off Iliand are firing, making a beeline for the squibs. Meant the, you know.
Yeah. He seems to be firing his nukes. I don't think that's really a wise decision, because they're just going to miss. As you can see there. Nukes are only good at hitting larger targets. Larger and slow moving targets. Oh, but that nuke launch is going to hit Tippy C.
Oh,
I did not see that one coming.
Only one hit him though. It slightly damaged his
it did
point
slightly
defense.
damage his point defense. That is interesting though.
It looks like Ultra 4 is making use of his speed on the solar flare to easily evade those missiles, but probably not these one. Oh wow, that is faster than I thought.
Yeah, Tippy C is quite a bit faster, but I do not think his rails are going to be able to get through that shielding. Rails are not good at high damage output. They're only good at concentrated fire.
The question is, will Solemn Q's forward thrust be able to outperform Tippy C's rear thrust?
As you can see, Ultra's squibs are now going down. Only the bare minimum is surviving.
They did their purpose, which was waste a lot of the ammunition off of Iliand.
That is true.
He's blown through 2 entire nuke salvos already, and just with the squibs.
Oh.
In the meantime, it looks like Ultra, who is armed and loaded, he's taking a direct beeline for Iliand. And this is not going to be a pleasant encounter for Iliand. He's already down a lot of ammunition.
I think Tippy C has tried to retreat either back to his teammate, or I'm not sure what else he's going to, because now he's turning
Fired
the other
off a
way.
few-
Oh, he
Uh-oh,
actually did
he's,
do. He actually got a reactor. I'm surprised. Oh, it's
True, but he
because
still has a lot of shields.
Solemn Q put a reactor way on the corner. I wouldn't have done that if I were designing that ship, but it allowed him to just snipe the corner while only having to go through 2 shields. So.
Alright, looks like Iliand is almost close to reloading his nuclear weapons. In the meantime, Ultra 4 is rapidly closing the distance. Let's see how effective Ultra 4's armor is again, and versus Iliand's. And as for Tippy C, he's still trying to play keep away with Solemn Q, and he can probably buy time. Oh, he
The
took out the
nukes-
shields, but he didn't get the rail. But
No, he did not get the reactor. The nukes are away for both ships. He is able to dodge part of the nukes. Some of them did hit.
true,
So,
he lost a few of his engines.
yeah, and that's not going to help with his maneuvering. Now he'll be less able to dodge nukes in the future.
True. However, Iliand still also has HE missiles, which could play
Another
an
rail
important
shot
factor.
takes out the reactor from Solemn Q.
Yeah, however, when it comes to the more midsection, I do believe that Solemn Q's defenses will be more than adequate to stop Tippy C's attacks. And looking back on Ultra, he's slowly reloading his weapon systems. In the meantime, Iliand's engines are slightly compromised due to that initial strike from Ultra's nukes. However, the damage has been done.
Yeah, it looks like Ultra is capitalizing on this lack of turning engines on that side, and he's trying to flank Iliad.
The good news is there's a lot of there's that little line of armor which should be able to help protect the nuclear launchers, at least to a fair degree. The engines, however, I can't say the same because a few have just been destroyed by the nukes.
Oh, some nukes come in to the side to destroy some engines from Ultra.
Yeah, this is going to greatly compromise Ultra's speed. He's lost almost half of his thrusters right now.
Tippy C is running into power issues with his rails currently from constantly firing them. And I don't
If you
think...
look carefully at Ultra,
Yeah.
if you look carefully at Ultra's ship, you can see while he's firing off nukes, the way he's turning, his armor structure is actually catching some of the nukes, which is going to be problematic.
Oh.
However,
Yeah,
he
so
was
I
able to
think...
fire a few off.
I don't think Tippy C is able to do that much more damage to Solemn Q because he's now having to go through more stacked shields. But he's also having issues, of course, with his rails reloading. Alright. So yeah, Iliad has opened up a hole in Ultra's armor that goes straight to his control room. If he's able to get
That nuke volley
some of
may be
these nukes to
particularly
go in. Yeah. Oh, right down the barrel.
That does not look good. Oh, that nuke
Oh.
going for the bridge. Oh, the
That
engines
is very
just saved the bridge.
close. Nope, it did
Oh,
not.
that's not good.
It did
Nope.
not. The
bridge
nuclear
has been
explosion has killed Ultra 4.
It looks like Ultra 4 has been taken out of the game. It's only Tippy C who's left.
Keep in mind, if he did target his nukes, they are still going to be launching, which is going to be quite dangerous to avoid Iliad.
And if you look over, he still has a wall of nukes on the side, so Ilian has to play this very carefully. However, it looks like Tippy C is making his turnabouts, and is going to proceed an attack to Iliand.
They're on the same team, I think, right? No.
No, but the point defense, this is where it comes in handy against the HE missiles. He'll be able to easily shoot them all down.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, Tippy C is going after
However,
Iliad.
you don't want to leave your back exposed to deck cannon fire, which, judging from this right now, is going to be quite unfortunate. There you go. He's already lost
Oof.
some of his engines from that attack.
Thankfully, none of the
Might have dodged
reactors
the
blew
nukes.
up. But he is going to have to survive another volley of deck cannons that are going right into his side engines. He now has hardly any left side thrust or right side thrust,
Uh-oh,
depending
he's
on
just
how you
lost
look at
two.
it.
Tippy has just lost 2 railguns. Actually, no, 4 railguns, which is not looking pleasant for him.
Yeah, I don't
looks
see
like
this
Solemn
going very
Q-
well.
Looks like Solemn Q and Ilian have finally achieved their revenge this round. A decisive victory on their part. Both ships are completely compromised. There's only 1 bridge left, and Team 1 has taken their revenge. Congratulations.
Alright, so is that 1-1 for the points?
Yep, it is 1-1.
Yeah, so we're going to go into a third round, tiebreaker round, to see which team is able to move on from this round.
Well, now that each team has a point, it'll be interesting to see how each team counterpicks the other ships. As you can see, it did not go so swimmingly for Team 2 and their tactics. Looks like Ultra is changing up his ship. It looks like Ilian and TPC are staying with their same designs, of course. And it looks like Ultra has a
Missile orbiter, but he wants to call it an
yes, a
avoider.
missile orbiter. I'm not sure why. Here's the thing. I've seen this design before. If you recall in the in yesterday's tournament, he pulled out some very clutch moves with this very same orbiter. So that he is an opponent to be wary about. And it looks like Solemn has a I can't even tell what that is. Is that a orbiter? It looks like no, not an orbiter. Barge. It looks like it has to have some serious defenses.
Yeah, Ultra says that it is indeed named avoider because of previous tournaments where it had been misnamed. So.
And it looks like Ilian is changing up his ship. APC is staying with his rail kite. Let's see what Ilian picks. Oh, Ilian C is the one going with Ilian is the one going with the rail fan. Looks to be quite similar, if not the same design, to Solemn's previous rail fan. Alright, now we're waiting on Tippy C, and the match can begin. Oh, no. Looks like Ilian is changing his ship once again.
Yeah, Solemn Q is using this spinning shielded missile barge that he used last tournament, or well, yesterday, in the winner's bracket.
Ilian's the one. I was like, Ilian is the one with the rail fan now. He's taking the same ship that Solemn Q first used in the first match.
Interesting. Yeah, it's teams with shared ships tend to do fairly well because they can both help each other work on their ship designs instead of just having one person design ships. So
true. Looks like Ultra has on to another. Looks like both. Looks like Team 2 is comprised of entirely of kites, Hectate, and the arcade. Oh, looks like TPC. I think has a trap, the LW1500A.
Yeah, it looks like it's a laser wall that can be converted into a laser trap. So be interesting to see.
Everybody's ready to go. The match begin.
Nope, Solemn Q is switching out again. Commenter's curse.
Oh, it's a double
rail fan. Interesting.
It would be. Oh, looks like we're ready to go. I'll admit it would have been interesting to see a double rail fan versus a double rail kite. That would have been a fun match. But we're still gonna get a fun match anyways out of this. Keep in mind, each team both has 1 point, so they'll have to play extremely carefully if they want to advance.
Alright, yeah, so on the left you can see Solemn Q and Iliad both using the same rail fan they used on the first round.
It'll be interesting to see how Tippy C makes use of his vastly superior speed to easily get around to Iliad or Solemn Q's rear armor sections. Ultra 4, of course, he'll be playing keep away with his rails.
Oh. Yeah, as long as Ultra is able to keep the range advantage, his point defense should be able to stop at least one of the railfans from doing damage to him. As for Tippy C, the large shields will help absorbing a lot of rail shots, but because they are not placed directly next to his reactor, their regen will not be enough probably to overcome the damage.
And also interesting to see how they play. If Iliand and Psalm Q stick close together and be able to spin while Tippy C is engaging them, it could prove particularly devastating towards Tippy C because you do not want your rear side exposed to a railfan.
Yeah, and I think
It looks
Iliad and Psalm Q, if they can stick together, they're going to be much more deadly than if they try splitting up. But if they do get a flank, then it's going to be very beneficial for them.
true. And the problem with rail fans for Tippy C and Ultra is that rail projectiles are exceptionally fast and hard to dodge, so they'll have to play quite carefully. And if they stick together, it's going to be quite challenging for Tippy C and Ultra to keep up.
It looks like Tippy C is going around the back to give Ultra a push. Quite an interesting strategy.
Well, with Ultra's point defense, it should be able to help stop those, at least Ilian's first shots. It looks like he's taking the lead. I mean, quite the interesting tango here.
Tippy C is not really aligned to Ultra, but he's continuing to push.
Making his best efforts.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the ideal move, but
No, it probably wasn't. Let's hope they don't get stuck on any asteroids.
yeah, that would be the real mistake.
If they
So
keep going on this straight heading, those two asteroids could be quite a detrimental setback if one gets stuck, but it looks like they'll be able to avoid it.
seems Ultra is pushing all the way back with his thrust. I'm not sure why.
It doesn't look like they're agreeing with one another's strategies.
Hopefully they have some good communication.
This is teamwork at its finest, people.
Yeah, clearly. Okay, now they're switching it up. He's gonna push from the backside, apparently.
Oh no, this is not probably the best.
No, because if he does push into the enemy, then he will have his reactors exposed with practically no
Exactly.
armor in front of them.
Oh, it looks like Tippy C was able to break off. Will he be able to go for both the rail fans? Looks like he's just spinning around in circles. Oh, looks like Iliand is holding position, while Solemn Q looks like to be quickly advancing upon.
It seems Ilian and Psalm Q are waiting for the circus performers to finish so they can start their attack.
True. You can see that Ring of Death is closing in. It may not be so ideal for Tippy C to keep spinning. As you can see, both Team 2's ships are now advancing.
Yeah, with both Iliad and Psalm Q so close to each other, they're going to be able to target the same ship and probably get through the defenses, since both of these ships aren't made to deal with more than one railfan at a time.
Yeah, both rail fans of Team 1 are holding their positions, and TPC is trying to navigate around the asteroid to attack the flanks of Solemn Q, but Solemn Q sees this and is attempting to turn to counter TPC's strategy. In the meantime, Ultra 4 is holding his ground. And this is going to be an interesting match because when it comes to Iliand and TPC, and Iliand and Ultra, both have railguns, yes, but the main difference is Ultra has shields and point defense, while Iliand has some thick armor. So it's interesting to see how both these circumstances come into play. And it looks like Tippy C, he's navigating around the asteroids, and Solemn Q is turning while not as fast. He might be able to counter Tippy C's strategy to attack.
Now it looks like Tippy C is going to do a complete 180-degree flank, trying to split up the railfans, and it seems to be working.
looks like Ilian is making his offensive move. He's initiating closer, but Ultra fires
Ultra,
the first shots, of course.
First shot. Followed closely
Ilian
behind by
returns
Ilian.
back. The point defense is
Point
easily
defense
able to stop
easily
it.
stopped that one rail fan. If Solemn
Picking
Q
this
had
up.
been pointing towards Ultra, that would have been a very different story.
True. It looks like Ultra 4's point defense armaments are easily able to stop Ilian's rail shots, and in the meantime, Ultra 4 continue to chip away slowly at Ilian's
And a
armor.
railgun is gone on Ilian's ship.
That is unfortunate. Detriment of having only 3 shields protecting your railguns.
And that seems to have trouble firing all of his railguns in sequence. He did actually get a
Alright,
rail
teammate.
to go through the enemy, it looks like. But I don't think it did. I think that was a visual
Nope.
bug.
Shields protected Ultra. In the meantime, Ultra returns fire.
Oh, another rail has gone down. I think that was due to fire. The fire extinguisher was cut off from the corridors when that
it
rail
is.
exploded. So there's no fire extinguishers.
Actually, there is only one, but that may
Oh,
not.
yeah, there is one on the other side of the ship, but it is very delayed from all of the crew walking through that same corridor.
Here's the
Unfortunate.
problem. Ultra 4 is getting dangerously close to the Ring of Death.
And an asteroid. He won't be able to reverse anymore.
Oh, that's not good for Ilian. He's
Oh.
lost a vast majority of his weapon systems. He only has one railgun left.
And with those two going off, they were probably going to chain react the reactor, meaning it's an end for Iliad.
It looks like the reactor is
Very
alive.
low health. Very low health.
Uh-oh, Tippy C is coming off to pick off the bones.
Oh, it looks like I wasn't looking, and Tippy C did get a rail hit from Solemn Q, but it did not do very much damage. So
True. It looks like only a shield and a few pieces were lost. In the meantime, Tippy C continues to run circles around Ilian and annihilate his reactor.
no, the reactor was from fire, so another death to fire.
In any case, Ilian has been taken out of the game. It's only Solemn Q left, who's continuing his assault on the shields of Tippy C.
But those large shields were able to stop all of that rail fire. Looks like
Ultra
Tippy
4 is
C.
now caught.
Yeah, Tippy C is caught on Iliad's corpse, and Solemn Q is getting a clean shot at the rear of Tippy C. This is not looking good.
You never want your back to a rail fan.
And there
As
goes.
shown in this image, there goes one part of
Yes.
Tippy C's ship. It looks like Ultra is struggling to keep up with the Ring of Death here.
Interesting. If Solemn Q had hit the further one, he would not have been stuck on the corpse anymore. But because he hit the one that was further from leverage, Tippy C is now continuing to be stuck.
Looks like Ultra 4 has escaped the Ring of Death and is now coming to assist against Solemn Q.
Another
However,
shot
besides
going through
those-
the diagonal. It
Oh.
does not hit the reactor, but it does take out all the
It has
shields and
It has
weapons.
compromised some of his weapons. Oh, look! You can see the corpse of one of Tippy C's weapons. They're trying to fire off in vain against the thick armor of Solemn Q.
This next shot, the next reactor of Tippy C will probably go down. Yep.
True. There it goes. There's only one segment left, which should be more than enough for him to buy time.
Yeah. Ultra is just
Like Solemn Q
barely
had-
able to outrun the Ring of Death, and now his boost thrusters are done, meaning he will continue to drift out of the ring.
It looks like Solemn Q has some power issues for his railguns.
Tippy C just
And then
dodging out of the way
Oh,
of
there
those
goes two.
rails and allowing his teammate to get 2 rails hit on Solemn Q. And
Looks like
remember
TPC
that
is
fire
now in
extinguisher right here is going to be cut off, meaning all that fire is going to continue to spread.
Or he only has one fire extinguisher left to work with.
Yeah. Seems we are having a desync.
Oh,
Iliad
uh-oh.
has disconnected. It's okay. He was not in the match
already dead.
anymore, so
No, he's already dead.
that is actually nice because now the match is going at full speed again.
Oh, there goes all the
Meaning
rail
Solemn
guns.
Q is losing all of his rails and his reactor. Meaning game.
Congratulations, Team 2.
You'll be moving on to the next round in the losers bracket.
As I said, it was Ultra who once again pulled out a serious clutch and taken the victory for his team. It's quite their lucky ace, if you ask me. Now it's on to the next match. Good luck. Well, not at this team, but...
All right, and we are on to match number 2. We have X Snow and Nick in the top bracket, and Cosmic and the Destroyer, and it would seem that everybody is ready already. We were chatting earlier, and it would seem that, oh, whoops, hang on. Somebody's not ready. Polar Bear's not ready.
Yes, there we go.
Okay. Now, it would seem that X Snow is having some serious trouble with their internet because of, well, moving. But last night when they lost, they made some adjustments to their Royal Alpha Strike, which means that their combiner ship is now possibly horrifying.
Oh yeah, it looks like they've... Well, they've painted it at least. I don't know if they've changed the thrust layout.
They have.
They have?
Because if I recall, they had a lot of unnecessary armor in the back, as well as some like mine layers, which made no sense.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what they said in the chat. And with a perfect connection, the Royal Alpha Strike is ready to go. On Team 2, they are running the same ship, the Tumbler, which...
It's a missile avoider, looks like. It's able to... these would be very effective when using asteroids as a guard, because they can shoot their missiles around the asteroid as they strafe around it. And it looks like that is exactly what Destroyer is planning to do. Instead of face the full might of the Alpha Strike, they will be hiding behind an asteroid like a coward, so... But it is really the only strategy against the Alpha Strike that will work, because there is no amount of armor that's going to stop 27 rails. Looks like Destroyer is encroaching and going in. Cosmic has taken position on the opposite side of the field, and it is really unfortunate that there is no asteroids in the center of the field, meaning that they will no longer be able to use their asteroid strategy once the Ring of Death closes.
I don't think the Royal Alpha Strike has any point defense, which means that they're going to be horrendously susceptible to missile attack.
No, but it looks like Destroyer is not able to get in range quite yet. And Cosmic is now switching asteroids, as is the
However,
Destroyer.
the Destroyer looks like they might be about to
But
lose
X-Snow is
their
coming.
entire ship. Here comes the Alpha Strike, and
And
that
it's
is the Destroyer's
obliterated.
Tumbler falling to pieces. Oh my goodness.
Only shrapnel remaining. Somehow 2 of the reactors
No,
still survived.
They've still got a few reactors, and the missiles are coming in.
Looks like Nick is going to go for...
Uh-oh, they might lose.
There's
A railgun.
several railguns. Oh, no, 1 railgun only.
That is 1 railgun down. They need to turn and just wipe out that the rest of that ship. Otherwise, they're going to be hammered with missiles and possibly lose this match just simply because they ignored the ship.
Yeah, but it looks like Nick is instead trying to prioritize taking out the teammate first before any more damage can be done. We'll see how that strategy works out for them.
I don't think it will.
No.
I think that this might be a tactical error on their side. Because
No.
they do not have the defensive capabilities to take this kind of damage consistently.
I also think it's interesting that last tournament they had this exact same issue, but they did not add any more armor to the sides of their ship. I suppose they valued speed over defense.
Yeah. And, I mean, they are now out of range of... or They would be out of range out of some of these missiles. However, they're just tanking it.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to get away from the corpse. And as they move to the middle, the only asteroid left, Cosmic, is going to have to move if he doesn't want to get caught in the Ring of Death.
All Snow and Nick have to do is they just have to rotate to face Cosmic's Tumbler. Oh, and they're moving out of cover.
Cosmic is going to try to flank, it looks like. Nick is still not rotating very quickly. It looks like some of the thrust... Oh, he's enabled his boost. The rotation is now started, and...
Here comes the Alpha Strike.
Goes.
Poking holes right through the ship. They are
control room is
nearly
left.
out of it.
One control room.
But interestingly enough, Team 1 could still lose this
if the missiles are able to get to that reactor. But I don't think that is going to happen, and Team 1 wins.
That is a win for Team 1.
It was a very exciting match to see that Alpha Strike with its full force.
All right. Now on to the second match of Lobby 2. It would seem that Snow and Nick are not going to be changing their strategy at all. We'll see what Team 2 does. Team 2, Destroyer, is still using the Tumbler. It looks like they are just going to bank on the map generation and see if they can somehow eke out a win against this Alpha Strike. Polar, are you ready? And it would seem that their hope has paid off, as this is a way more densely populated asteroid field.
Yeah.
Team 1 going for that hookup. As the two, as you said, avoiders, yes?
Yeah, avoiders. Missile avoiders.
The two avoiders are now moving to take the center of the field and position themselves behind asteroids.
Another successful docking sequence between Nick and Xno.
They seem to have it down to a science.
Indeed. I do not remember who originally...
Me, which is spooking me out.
I don't remember exactly who came up with that design first. I wonder if the contestants can enlighten us on that.
Uh-oh. Something seems to have gone wrong.
Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. As Team 2 has indeed taken the middle of the map, if Xno can make it to the top left corner of the map, they might have a chance at forcing them out into the open. But something seems to have gone wrong. I think the Destroyer is... No, nothing
I think they're saying uh-oh because of the asteroids in the middle of the map.
Yeah. They were probably so focused on the connection that they didn't survey the map. And now they realize that they are outmaneuvered. It would seem both teams are sort of just trying to wait the other one out.
Yeah, they're waiting for the Ring of Death to close. Yeah, I think it was Cool Gamertag who originally discovered the docking glitch. But yeah, it's definitely been very useful.
Oh, Cosmic making a dash into open space, though I do believe that they are going for
The other asteroid over
unnamed asteroid number 7.
there. Oh yeah. It doesn't even have a name. It's literally just
It'd be kind of nice if we had like a battle grid for commentating.
yeah. It'd be cool if they did have a name, like at least a randomly generated name, so we could say something about them.
Yeah.
Behind Mega Rock 359.
Well, in other news, it would seem that the destroyer has flanked X Snow, and we shall wait for the Ring of Death. Yep.
I wonder if Destroyer's in range yet. It doesn't appear to be, because Nick has positioned just out of range of that asteroid. Although they were luckier. Oh,
they need to
it looks like
rotate.
Destroyer is going out for an attack.
Cosmic
That
and
boost
Destroyer
thrust
getting ready for the flanking attacks, trying to rush them. However, the Alpha Strike
has made
has
quick
nearly crippled.
use of Destroyer. And they are able to dodge some of those missiles, but the Arrest are slamming into the rear. And even more rail shots going through Cosmic. It is not looking good for Team 2.
This could still be anybody's game, but unfortunately, I do believe Team 1 is going to take it home.
Congratulations.
All it would have taken is a couple missiles to the rear, but damn. That new and improved Royal Alpha Strike is just dominating. I got scared there. All right. Moving on to the next match, with Team 1 moving on to the next bout.
As we just saw, that was an absolute vicious performance by Nick and Snow. That ship of theirs is absolutely devastating. We're moving on to our next opponents, Tippy C and Ultra 4 versus Mint and Emperor Terraton. Yep, Nick and Snow are indeed moving on. Looks like Emperor Terraton has their Titan cruiser, the Solemn One, which looks like to be a missile orbiter. Mint has his railfan with Tippy C with he's sticking with his deck cannon rammer, the same design we saw last time, and same with Ultra, he's sticking with his drill kite. Let's see how they work together.
Polar, apparently, you're really quiet.
I'm really quiet.
Right, the game. Apparently so.
Okay, how about now? I'm at the same audio level according to OBS. That's weird.
Don't worry about it.
So the game is loaded in. Let's see who makes the first move.
Oh, will Captain Redstone be joining us for commentary?
Everyone is really quiet.
Hello. Alright. It looks like Team 2 makes the first move. Now, this is quite interesting to look at. There is the capital killer of Mint. Very minimal frontal defenses and engines, but a lot of rails. He has 12 railguns, each with about 9-10-ish barrels segment each. It looks like he's getting flanked support by the Solemn One from Emperor Terraton. That is some very thick armor, which, thanks to those explosives, he can easily detonate any time to provide a quick escape.
Yeah,
So their
unlike...
opponents are... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, you go ahead.
You might recognize Mint's design from the winner's bracket yesterday, but looks like Emperor Terratron has a new design. I'm not sure if that's one they had before and didn't use, or if they came up with something for this loser's bracket.
Perhaps. And it looks like Tippy C is making his way around the asteroid. Ultra 4 is just getting cozy up into a position to stay at range.
Okay, I've turned up the audio of everyone. Hopefully that is better.
Excellent. Tippy C and Ultra are staying together. Look at Mint there. He's trying to take the long way around to attack Tippy C, perhaps at his flank. Alright, Tippy C has engaged his full thrust. He's making his way around the asteroid. He may actually be meeting Emperor Teraton in combat, who looks to be holding his position right about now. Actually, both Team 2 are holding their positions. What are they doing? Right? Tippy... Yep, sorry.
I'm not entirely sure why Mint isn't really moving much. They're not at a very good position.
Yeah. Same with Emperor Teraton. His sides are... Oh, Emperor Teraton sees Tippy C. Tippy C looks to be making a beeline for the Titan cruiser. And looking at the Capital Killer and the Hectate, it's a game of railgun versus railgun. However, those shields and point defense might be able to help Ultra out in the long run.
You can see there Teratron disconnecting his armor, trying to get a little more agility.
However, that point defense of Tippy C really making the difference there.
Oh, Tippy C has switched targets and is now going for Mint. Not sure what that attack was, but...
Oh, that's not good. You never want your back into a rail fan. There goes Mint. Looks like he just lost his reactor and a lot of his weapons. But it's not very promising for a Mint.
I don't know if that was an intentional bit of teamwork, but it was impressive nonetheless. Tippy really needs to be careful though. Those railguns are still fully active.
It looks like Tippy C's point defense is easily more than sufficient to shoot down Emperor Teraton's HE missiles. However, they're coming in from the sides, which Tippy C handles. Good job. Looks like this team is more impressive in the loser bracket than we thought. Well, than I thought, at least. And it looks like Ultra 4 has engaged his boosters. He's making a beeline for the Titan cruiser, just picking away at the armor there. You can just see the absolute effectiveness of that point defense system, just nailing down all the HE missiles as they come. In the very meantime, the Ring of Death encircles every opponent as we speak. It narrows and narrows as the seconds pass. However, Tippy C seems to be using his point defense a bit offensively as well. You can see, there goes a lot of the missile segments on the Titan cruiser. That is not very promising. And Team 1 wins. Congratulations. Congratulations, Team 1. However, this is best out of 3. Team 2 might have a chance to make their comeback in the next round. Alright, let's see if Team 2 switches up their strategies. Nope, doesn't look like it. Looks like everyone seems to be relatively content with their selections. Oh, Mint is making a quick. Actually, she's making a quick change of herself, of her own ship, and she's going with one of Teraton's designs. Oh, never mind, we switched again. And Teraton has gone with the a rail kite, and Mint has stuck with the same ship she had last time. Oh, she now has a dick cannon rammer. With some very thick armor, I might add. Let's see how Team 1 changes their ships to adapt to this. now has their ion kite. Right, the match has begun. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I think that's the first ion kite with point defense that I've seen like that. Very interesting ship design. It's as if it's designed around railguns, but it uses ions instead.
It looks like the Chargebringer of Mint. All that frontal armor may prove beneficial against the railguns of Ultra 4 and Ion Kite's weapon systems. In the meantime, Emperor Teraton's secondary Titan cruiser with a spectacular name, if I were to call it that, seems to be making his rounds to perhaps engage Tippy C in combat.
Two there is doing their best to try and stick together. It's definitely a smart play.
True, and it looks like Ultra 4 has engaged his boosters, while Teraton and Mint, it is a solid team. They are sticking together for a potential win. They need to really pick up the pace as they're already down 1 point.
Mint is probably going to have the hardest time piloting here. They're a fast ship, but they're fighting two other ships designed to be as fast as possible. So you can see them
True.
trying to charge in first, but just not catching up to anything.
Looks like Ultra 4 got his first railgun shots off, just chipping away at Mint's armor of or deck cannon rammer, and will keep doing so until the job is complete.
Tippy C letting Mint get really close. Not sure if they were busy with something or what. Also not firing any weapons.
However, their point defense seems to be capable of handling Mint's projectiles.
Not by much though. Those got close.
True. However, Ultra 4, as well as Tippy C and Mint, they're all in the ring of death, while Emperor Teraton cruises outside in the safety of the borders.
Like Terratron is trying to flank here. Might get a good shot off on the back of Tippy C. Yeah, this could hurt.
Oh, and it does. It took out some point defense on Tippy C. That is painful.
That could have been a lot worse of a hit. He might not have been aiming correctly.
True.
Meanwhile, Ultra 4 is just chilling outside of the ring, not sure what they're going for.
Remember, the further you are away from the ring of death, the more damage you're going to be taking. Looks like Tippy C is trying to readjust his ions. They're kind of aimed in a interesting alignment.
Yeah, he spent so much time backwards, all of his prisms that are trying to attack his opponent have also turned backwards, and it's taking forever for them to actually aim properly.
And as we can see up above, Mint is engaging Ultra, while the Ring of Death just deteriorates their entire ship like acid.
Oh, and big hit on Tippy C there. And Emperor Terratron. That's a brutal exchange. They both rammed each other head on, so none of the large shields were functional.
Here's the difference, though. Emperor Teraton still has both their bridges fully intact, while the Ion Kite... Oh, no, he switched off power. Oh, no, he still has enough for power his ship.
Ultra 4 and Mint are just disintegrating outside of the ring. I'm not sure why they went so far out.
True. It looks like the Ring of Death has both done away with them. It's just up to Teraton and Tippy, who can get inside the borders first. Or at least, who can outlast the other. As we can see, Tippy C still has some ions left to use. In contrast to Emperor Teraton, whose weapon systems are not looking so splendid right now.
Yeah, Tippy C definitely has the advantage here, having functional weapons. Teratron definitely has a thrust advantage and has 2 sections left, but they don't really have any way to damage Tippy C at this point other than using the ring.
Down to 1 section, but even then that section is close to being on fire. And it is now destroyed. That's not looking good for Teraton.
Both of those sections still alive, but definitely don't want to be outside of the ring for much longer.
True. However, it looks like only one part here that TBC is actually engaging is able to at least make a attempt to fight back, but that may be very short-lived, I'm afraid.
Yeah, there's nothing protecting his reactor and control room there.
It looks like that laser will be boring down to the reactor. Oh. He's chipping away.
And there it goes.
Team 1 with the victory. GG. Alright. Well, Ultra 4 and TPC have won this round. They'll be moving on, while Mint and Emperor Teraton take their defeat in stride. Congratulations to all the teams. Good luck to the next opponents.
All right, moving on to the 4th match of this this grouping. We have Team 2, Smith and Immortal. Smith bringing back their Midnight Sun, and Immortal bringing around the Meteor for their bout. Meanwhile, Team 1 is just gonna keep using the Royal Alpha Strike. However, Nick does not seem to be... Hang on. Oh, nope, Nick's ready. All right, here we go. All right, the map does not favor the Royal Alpha Strike this time. Oh my goodness, so
There's a
many
lot of
asteroids.
asteroids in the center.
I am sure
though,
Team 2 will be taking huge advantage of that, especially since Team 2 has the hyper-mobile Midnight Sun, basically a wandering shield with rail that it's also a rail fan, and then we also we have the detachable hard shield. Is that an orbiter? That's an orbiter. Orbiter railgun, not railgun, deck gun ship called the Meteor.
Yeah, it is important. Oh, wait.
Meanwhile, the Royal Alpha Strike team is about to make the combination. However, the lag might actually prevent them from making the connection. Nope, that is a textbook docking.
Yeah, it's important to note that Immortal and Smith, they don't have any missiles or anything that can fire around the asteroid, so the asteroids aren't really going to be that much in their favor.
That being said, they have enough railgunnage that they could probably just punch through an asteroid if they wanted to.
I mean, in the classic version, asteroids were super weak, and it would have been pretty trivial to do that. But in this version, I think the what is it? It has 16,000. No, Yeah, 160,000 health for asteroid chunk. Oh, and the bigger ones have 256. No, 2,500,000.
Why the hell do asteroids, chunks of rock, have better armor capabilities
Than actual armor.
armor?
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, honestly, but gameplay wise, it is kind of needed.
You know what? I don't think so. Actually, I think that
Really?
asteroids should provide temporary cover.
Maybe.
I don't think that they should be like the be all end all strategy. Like, yeah, hiding behind an asteroid
It
will
would
buy
be
you a few
interesting.
minutes.
It would be interesting to try a mod out with lower health asteroids and see how that affects multiplayer.
I think it will prevent people from just sort of hiding behind asteroids. But well, obviously.
Yeah. How would that affect like the meta though? Yeah. So
I do believe that, you know, like 1600 is a little bit much, but I understand why it's so high. Railguns are extremely powerful, and to combat railguns, you need to be able to hide behind the asteroids. Force them to move in, so that you can then punch them with the deck guns.
yeah, it looks like Anusmus is trying to prepare for an ambush on Team 1.
If they can get one good railgun shot in on the back, they are set.
Because there is no armor protecting that reactor, it looks like.
Really what... Oh, for crying out loud. Sorry. Really what Team Alpha Strike needs to work on... Not work on, but what they really need to do is they need to focus down Newsmiths. Because they can pretty easily avoid the deck guns. They just need to prevent themselves from getting sidelined by those by that rail fan. And it looks like they are doing precisely that.
Or they might be turning to attack Meteor. We'll see. No, they appear to be passing.
Oh, no,
nope.
They are most definitely attacking Meteor. Punching a bunch of holes into the front of the Immortal.
The rails from Newsmiths are though penetrating through.
Ah, that looks like the end of the Alpha Strike right there.
No, it only penetrated the rails. There was some armor in front of the reactor to stop it. Oh, but if Newsmith gets this next shot, that's going to be over.
Yeah, this looks to be game right here, unfortunately. Like, I don't think they're going to recover from this, especially since the Meteor is now holding them in place. Actually,
Newsmith is overturning. Newsmith overturned, which gave them the opportunity to rotate. And they might get a shot off at Newsmith. They do. Oh, but it does not penetrate.
It's taken up by the segmented armor. Meteor is, in fact, just pushing Alpha Strike into the outside of the Ring of Death.
And now Newsmith is lining up another shot. That does not look good.
Royal Alpha Strike seems to have met its match and is actually losing out on the damage side of things as they just keep on cutting more and more railguns out of the equation.
Yeah, I think unfortunately when they first fired on Immortal, they targeted different reactors. If they had targeted the same reactor, they would have been able to probably kill it.
I think the main issue is that Xsnow actually left Discord to watch the stream, which doesn't make any sense tactically.
Yeah, that's confusing.
Yes, it is. They really should have closed the stream and opened Discord.
That rail shot from Newsmith.
I do believe that is the end of the Royal Alpha Strike. There's literally nothing that they can do. They have no weapons.
Yeah, well, one weapon, but I think it's out of power. And it's on fire, so yeah, no more weapons. That was indeed epic, as Nick says.
However, Immortal doesn't seem to think that that was really epic. Or maybe they do, I don't know.
They said really, as in really epic, right?
I mean, if it's really with a question mark at the end, then it's sarcastic. If it's It doesn't matter. Um,
So yeah, the first point going to Smith and Immortal.
oh, it would seem that Team 1 is actually changing it up to start using the locomotive and the guard wagon.
Another
I get it.
transforming ship.
Is that what it is? The transforming ship, not a combiner ship?
Or combiner. I guess there's not really a agreed upon name yet, but
All right, we are waiting on Team 2. Noosmus seems to possibly be swapping out their ship. Not sure yet. Immortal is definitely swapping out their ship. Nick just sort of complimenting Noosmus. Good competitive good sportsmanship.
yes. That's what you're looking for.
Oh, Immortal was the one who painted it. Oops.
That's actually really funny.
It would seem that Immortal and Noosmus are using variations of the Midnight Sun that actually have armor on the back, which is interesting. And I do believe we are all ready to go, so we will begin. 5-minute time limit is terrible for slower ships. God, why? Well, we don't want the things to drag on, do we? All right.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh
It
no.
appears they have picked the wrong side to put their combiner on. That is unfortunate. I'm not sure what their plan is. Yeah, because they're a reverse only ship, so there's not like a petition to restart. I mean, I think it would be up to the other team to decide if they're allowed to restart.
All right.
Immortal
Looks
is
like
saying
team
agreed.
2. Looks like Team 2 is.
They are agreeing. Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, forfeit, and we will redo this round.
Team 2 is being good sports. For fuck's sake, Snow. Can't you just close the game? I go back to the main menu when I close the game, so no.
Also, I feel like forfeiting is more of a clear choice that they're wanting to do the round again, so.
Yeah. All right. Let's make sure that they get this correct this time. I can move. Here's what I can do. I'll just do this.
Oh, okay. That probably will mess them up even more.
Nope.
You
Because
sure?
now they're in the right position.
Okay. Hopefully you didn't mess up their strategy. All right.
Okay,
We should be good
I will.
now.
Didn't you hear me? Oh, hang on. Oh, you're the bottom now.
They're realizing.
I'm completely confused now. Oh no, poop. All right, hang on. Sorry. Is it good to go? Question mark. Okay. Final call. Fingers crossed. All right, team 1. Oh no, Noosmus disconnected. And
Oh,
Snow is
no.
having connection issues, so we're gonna have to start over again. Oh dear. Hang on. Because of circumstances outside of our control, we have to start again.
While we're waiting, Captain Redstone would like to show that he has gotten bingo on the Cosmoteer tournament bingo,
Oh,
crossing out
really?
a whole line. He got a desync, a disconnection, a ship dying to ROD, MS Paint bracket, and Alpha Strike design. Congratulations to Captain Redstone.
I didn't realize that there was a bingo going on. Otherwise, I'd be playing.
Yeah, we'll have to send you one next tournament.
All right, looks like everybody's ready to go. Fingers crossed that this will happen. Come on. All right, X Snow is having some connection issues, but things should be just fine.
Your ships are in the correct position, thankfully.
Yes, all that X Snow really needs to do is they need to. Oh wow, their ship is gonna be really slow.
Fingers crossed.
Yes, Team 2's Orbiter rail fans are.
Roller your card.
What?
Whoops. There we go. I always forget. I need like a stream deck or something so I can press the button instead of having to go back.
It is most certainly worth it. I have one from my Twitch days. They're invaluable. All right, this one looks to be a little more technical when it comes to combining. And actually, I think the locomotive might actually miss its mark when it comes to combining, which would be horrible.
Would indeed be unfortunate.
All right. Is it gonna make it?
It does.
It made it. All right. We have a match.
That must have been very stressful for the contestants.
Oh my
I
goodness.
can imagine. And that is quite a lot of shielding on the front of Nick's section of the ship.
It's actually the back of the ship.
Is it?
Yes, because it has all these missiles. Sorry, it has all of its engines facing in one direction.
Well, that's just so it can kite, I think. It's like
Probably.
a reverse orbiter, I guess. It's a kiter, but I mean,
well, no, 'cause it has front and back facing thrusters, so it's not an orbiter.
true, yeah, it's definitely a kiter. So, yeah, the shields are gonna help with blocking the rails that get through all the point defense.
Oh my goodness! I'm taking a look at Team 1's ship. It is an unholy abomination of nukes, EMPs, regular high explosive missiles, and defense. However, they do seem to be spinning rather precariously.
Yeah.
There's a tiny little paint error in the midnight sun. I'll never be able to unsee this. Oh no.
Where is it?
What is up with
I've
Team
gotta
2? They don't
find it
seem to
on
actually be
stream.
moving.
Is this it? I think they messed up one of their fades on the corner. Tiny red dot on black armor part.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Oh, that?
Yeah, I see it.
Huh.
It's that back armor area. There's a tiny red dot on one of the corners.
I see that, yeah. What a tragedy.
What a shame. What a shame. 'Tis the price you pay for cosmetics.
Yeah, I typically just copy one of the built-in ship's paint and slap it on, and it looks good enough, so. Surprisingly, even though Xno has the worst connection, Immortal is the one causing the lag. It may also be, it could just be like actual performance lag instead of network lag. I mean, you have to have a pretty weak computer to lag on Cosmoteer.
It is pretty interesting that Xno, now that they are using their phone for their internet, has better internet than their base internet.
Yeah, I remember having to do that once. Quite a long time ago. There was a tournament where I used my phone as a internet source.
All right, we are nearly a
In
third of
engagement
way through
range.
the combat.
Yeah, we're nearly in engagement range here. Not sure how Xno. Oh, I just realized, yeah, Newsmith doesn't have any rear thrust.
What do you
Or-
mean?
Does he? Reverse thrust. Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
not
no.
rear thrust, reverse thrust. He doesn't have any reverse thrust. So if he
Team
did,
2.
he would probably be able to kite Nick and Xno, but
Yeah, no, these are orbiter rail fans, not. Anyways.
I was talking about Team 1 ship. I was not talking about.
Team One has
They have a kiter basically, but it's not going to really work out too well because when you're going against rails have a longer range, and therefore you are not going to be able to kite them. We'll see how it turns out though. Immortal and Newsmith seem to be lining up for a firing line, letting Xno and Nick come to them.
that shield. What do you think about that shield assembly up front of the of Team One's combiner? Do you think it's going to be able to tank those rail fans?
I do think so. I mean, it is 6 large shields. Usually you only see 4 large shields in a line.
Interestingly enough, they have enough point defense to defend against rails. Oh my goodness. This is... Oh...
Yeah, it's at least enough to defend against one. If they do simultaneous shots, it might be able to get through.
Team 2 is going to need to display some serious teamwork and effort in order to actually take this down. Unless Xno makes the mistake of showing their sides to this, in which case it's all over.
Yeah, Immortal and Newsmith really need to get into a flanking position if they want to deal with this.
It is strange
Shield
that they
wall.
didn't set that up beforehand. They just sort of sat there in the center.
Yeah, I think they were a bit confident in their rails being able to get through, but unfortunately they're not able to.
I think they were also quite confident in their armor. All right, making some kind of reference that I sort of get, but also not really.
Kenoba man? I don't know what that is. Oh no, Bumper is die? Ah, yes. Their Bumper got shot on both sides by the rails, and since it doesn't have any connection on the bottom, it fell off.
Oh.
That does mean if those rails were to ram it, it would be able to get through the shields, but they would not be
No,
able to fan. They would not be able to fan.
It wouldn't be able to get through the shields either because its front armor is thick
Oh.
enough that the yeah.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, its own front armor is too long for it to do that.
I'm still surprised that Midnight Sun, Immortal isn't moving to flank while Newsmith keeps them.
Yeah, they seem to just be content with sitting next to each other. I mean, maybe the other thing they want to be, oh, here goes the nukes. They're finally firing. They're close enough. That's going to hurt a lot. They already have weakened side armor. Straight into the barrel. Team Toon really needs to change up their strategy if they want to do any damage here.
And it would seem that Newsmith has lost enough front armor to actually charge Team 1 if they wanted to.
Yeah. Continuing to fire. It looks like they are weakening the shields. A double volley. They have planned it out. Oh, but it's still not enough.
It would seem, actually, that there might be a piloting error from Team 1 if they continue to keep turning that way. However, Team 2 doesn't seem to be leveraging the fact that they are now presenting a very vulnerable side and could take out a reactor. It is perfect and prime for the combat.
No,
X-No.
X-No. It looks like he's going to be disconnected.
And that's a disconnection. However, I think we're a little bit too deep into the I don't know, what's the verdict on that?
We're still going to have to, I think, a second redo. I don't know what the rules say on that. I mean, yeah. Let me ask RS real quick.
I am going to guess that is a negatory, as we have already restarted twice.
Yeah, in the event of an in-game crash or disconnect, the match may be restarted twice if the crash is early, or only once if it's deep into the match. Okay, so this.
I'm gonna ask Team 2 if they want to.
Okay, this is the second redo though. If we did this, so I don't.
I'm gonna see if they want to do just a double check. Just a sec. Hang on. So actually, I as a pseudo referee, I'm gonna say that Team 1 would have. Actually, I'm not sure. Hang on.
I mean, they did get through that reactor on the side.
Well, I'm wondering, like, if Team 1 was having trouble maneuvering, because Exno was their pilot.
Yes, but I mean, the reactor died before the pilot really actually showed their rear.
No. The Exno disconnected, right?
Yeah, but they were still
or was in the
front.
process of disconnecting.
They were still shooting the front, so it wasn't.
Let me explain. Exno disconnected, and then or was in the process of disconnecting, and their ship was not responding. And at that point, that's when they started to lose stuff. Yes, they were
Oh.
firing and they were focusing down the shield, but Exno was sort of integral in keeping that ship alive.
No, I think yeah. If you leave a game, I think your crew stop operating stuff, and it becomes junk, right? Or am I incorrect in that?
I'm
You're
gonna say it's
correct.
up to Team
Okay,
2.
yeah, I am correct. So that would be why the shields failed, is because his crew stopped working.
Mm,
Okay. Yeah, so it'd be up to Team 2 if we do a redo on that. I mean, who won the first round? Was that?
Team 2.
Yeah, Team 2. So yeah.
So this would be an elimination. If Team 2 decides to take the win. We agreed on a rematch. Oh. Okay, Team 2 is wants to see what happens. All right.
All right. Hopefully, this is the last chance. If they disconnect again, though, this will be going to Immortal and
Last
Newsmith.
chance. No more redos. Oh.
Nick hasn't selected his ship yet.
Provided you use the same ship.
Yeah, they have to use the same ship for a rematch, so I'm not sure what he's waiting for. Okay, I think they're good now. They have facing down and facing up, which I don't think is going to connect.
Hang on.
Nick is now yelling to switch to facing down.
Oh, Immortal has actually swapped out for the Moon Eclipse,
I
and
don't-
Nooseness. You know what?
They can't swap ships during a rematch. It's from a disconnection, so they cannot switch what they're using.
No. Nick, you are fine. Immortal. You need to use the same ship. That's not my words, that's the rules. All right.
All right, finally. Okay,
Okay.
let's get this round over with.
Third time
Third time's a
is
charm.
the motherfucking charm. Okay. So, it is currently 1-1.
No, it's just 1-0. This is still the second
it?
round. This is still the
Is
second
it?
round.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's been forever. At least if they disconnect again, that will be game point. So
I haven't read February's rules that extensively to figuring it would be the same. Is all good.
okay, it looks like they switched. And Exno is now using the non-maneuver. Oh no. Exno was using the same ship part as last time. So no shots to the septic system. It's a pain to clean up.
That goes back to one of the oldest jokes I've ever made, right? The first time I watched Return of the Jedi, right? And they're flying through the Death Star, right? And you have ships colliding with these giant pipes, and like my imagination went wild, and I was just like, there's got to be a stormtrooper somewhere who just had their anus exposed to the vacuum of space and got sucked through the pipes.
That would be very unfortunate.
Yes, it would. So this time, Nick is going to be the pilot, which I think will be better in the long run. Although Immortal seems to be the one who is chugging the game now.
Yeah, I have a hunch that Immortal is dealing more from game lag rather than network lag. Maybe not, though. It could again be ping, based on just he's very far away from all the other contestants.
All right, while we wait for the combination to happen, Team 2 is taking the center of the field and seems to be moving into the void area a little bit north of the map.
It looks like a successful connection again.
What did you say?
Successful connection.
I heard something else.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Anyways. All right. And now with Nick at the helm, the ship is the locomotive is now moving to intercept Team 2. Chugga 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 lag. Yikes, this is... Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Well, this-
it's definitely, it's a lag from performance. I'm not sure what Immortal is running, but it's definitely potato PC. Maybe if we added some prize money, he could buy a better computer.
Honestly, like, pitching maybe like $10 into a pot doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with that, though, is that Immortal, seeing as how he can't afford a computer, probably doesn't have $5 or $10 to spare.
Well, then we discriminate against country of origin. If you're from America, you have to pay.
Oh, man.
All right, here comes the first volley, although I wouldn't say it's first blood, more like first slap. It doesn't really do anything, it just sort of is annoying.
Well, yeah, he's giving them lots of negative energy in their armor, which means it's emotionally weaker to psychic attacks.
Listen, this isn't D&D. I don't think they can pull vicious mockery out of their arsenal. Although, honestly, that would be such a funny mechanic to have. Is just like, have you ever There was a stupid game back in like 2016, which was like Insult Simulator, where you would basically fight an AI and fight with AI generated arguments or something, and it was just it was weird. It was one of the weirdest games I've ever seen. But like just crew morale could go down because you have a giant communications dish that's deck mounted onto your ship and you can project negative vibes.
That's hilarious.
Oh, and here we go. We've closed to combat distance. Team 2 is still just holding on to their strategy of standing around next to each other, focusing down the shields instead of exposing themselves to...
Oh, but they did take out quite a few of those shields. Only 2 remaining.
The question is, can the crew replenish those shields fast enough to prevent any kind of serious damage from being taken? Oh dear, that
asteroid has eaten up a lot of those missiles.
that is unfortunate. Tremendously unfortunate. Almost 50% of every single volley that they fire at these people.
Oh, it looks like the missiles are correcting themselves now. I'm not sure why they were running into it in the first place.
Oh man, one of those missiles nearly made it all the way down one of Immortal's barrels.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be a reactor explosion.
And
we're
that
not able to regenerate it fast enough.
Oh, that's a bad hit.
There's also some severe overpenetration. 3 or 4 rails went clean through.
Oof. This is gonna be a quick round if this continues. I mean, it was always gonna be a quick round if Team 2 did the flanking maneuvers, but oh boy.
Unless they can pull a Luke Skywalker and get one of those nukes to go down the
if they manage to get a
tube.
nuke, if they manage to get a nuke to go down one of those barrels, that is going to be probably the highlight of the entire tournament, because that is ridiculous.
I mean, they're actually almost through on that corner of Newsmith's ship.
However, I don't think it's going to matter very much, as here comes the second rail.
The point defense is able to stop a few of them.
Oh, well, Immortal is having connection issue or lag issues.
Yeah. Interesting that oh no, Immortal is going for the exposed reactor. But the point defense, last one goes through.
Oh, and that touches off a lot of stuff, including ammunition and a bunch of their launchers.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Oh, one of the rails got through and almost got the rear reactor.
I've seen these railfan designs absolutely wreck in these tournaments before. What actually happened to this team that caused them to lose? Who are they fighting? Team 2.
Let me check the bracket. It looks like they lost to Sloaking and Sequoia. I don't remember exactly what they brought. Were they the ones who brought the rail spinners?
Oh, and I do believe that pretty much is game, as
there is now no protection for Nick's exposed reactor that is powering the only remaining missiles.
Well, missiles don't require power.
Their factories do.
Oh, they have factories?
Yes, yes.
That explains a lot. Well, now all the locomotive just has to do is stay out of the line of sight of the midnight sun. However, that does seem to be a bit of a problem, as the midnight sun does seem to be.
Immortal is turning, and
Immortal is about to.
firing.
Yep, there it goes.
That
Right
would-
down the center. Oh, I do believe that is the end of Nick's side of the equation. All that's left is one reactor from X Snow.
who is now being sandwiched by 2 rail fans, and that is somehow not game. Is there is still one control room remaining on Nick's ship, but he does not have enough command points to even power half of his thrusters, let alone his missiles.
Does he even have a reactor to power his control room?
No, he does not. Purely relying on the 2 batteries that have been left in there.
Yikes. The 2 AAs.
The 2 AAs. A shame crew can't take batteries out of thrusters and put them into the Oh, and that is game. He is forfeit.
All right. Well, Team 2 moves on.
Congratulations, Team 2. All right. Looks like up next we are gonna have. Let's see. Shade
Ultra.
and Ultra.
Shade and Robo Bunny G versus Tippy C and Ultra 4. Let's see how this duo does against Shade and Robo Bunny. Right, let the match begin.
Right, so on the
Right.
left there, we have Ultra 4 with a Tech Cannon Orbiter. Interesting design there. It's an unusual shape. And Tippy C with that same laser EB wall that we've seen before.
On the other side, we have a Rail Orbiter for Robo Bunny G, and another EB heavy laser wall for Shade.
Lots of EB heavy laser walls in the tournament.
True, seems to be a favorite.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the winner of the last tournament was an EB heavy laser wall, so.
It can be difficult to pilot them in some occasions.
Oh yeah, they're one of the harder types of ships to try and pilot.
Thankfully, hotkeys exist.
Well, it's not even like a matter of inputting controls, it's trying to figure out how the ship needs to move is the difficult part.
It looks like Tippy C and Ultra are rapidly accelerating to head on against Robo Bunny and Shade. For keeping their distance for now. It looks like Robo Bunny is going to be heading off against Ultra, head-on assault.
I'm not sure what Tippy C is doing there. Kind of just not engaging. Alright, we have another wall sandwich.
Uh-oh. You do never want to turn your back to a rail fan, especially this rail orbiter here. It has done some damage to Ultra.
All things considered, though, that wasn't nearly as bad of a hit as it could have been. It only really took out some thrusters.
True. Still was a nasty hit.
Good
There
job.
goes,
It's good piloting there by Ultra 4, both attacking the backside of Enoshade and not getting hit by that second railfan.
Tippy C is only has his modules are his ships are split now. Which is interesting. That's what Ultra's doing. If he's caught in the ram, it'll make it harder for Robo to properly fan.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the railfan is strong enough to just poke holes straight through the armor, so by ramming he's preventing Robo Bunny from really getting a good chance to aim.
But Tippy over here is on his last legs. He's only on his last ship, while Eno has 2/3 of his ship intact.
Ultra 4 is having trouble keeping faced towards Robo Bunny. They've lost a lot of thrust on that side.
True. Seem to be having, and a lot of and half their weapons seem to be on fire too.
Yeah, that left side has taken a lot of damage. But because all the armor there is still intact and everything, it's preventing them from just using the other half of their ship like a small ship, kind of like what Tippy C is doing.
Although Tippy C's defenses are getting whittled down. The shields are gone, well, at least the shields are about to go, and that reactor is getting dangerously more vulnerable.
And it's not going to last much longer, I don't think.
I have to agree in this case. In regards to Robo Bunny, he's trying to position himself properly to get the Fen off to deliver the final killing blow to Ultra 4.
All things considered, Robo Bunny hasn't really taken much damage. They've only taken a bit of damage to the armor at the front, nothing functional.
And it looks like Enoshade has finished off Tippy C. Just up to Ultra now.
I think at this point, Robo Bunny isn't even trying to get a better angle as much as they are just trying to keep Ultra 4 spinning to give their teammate a chance to catch up and help. Deck cannons really struggle to aim when the ship they're on is rotating because the deck cannons themselves don't rotate quickly. They have a lot of trouble hitting targets they're not ramming.
Looks like Enoshade is quickly coming up from the rear, he's coming up to attack Ultra 4's flank. His lasers are already boring down a vicious assault.
He's having a little bit of mobility issues, though. He still has that little extra mass on the side there that hasn't disconnected, and he has a lot of junk that he's having to push.
True. Ultra 4 is literally getting wedged. Oh, now his rear is exposed. And Team 2 picks up the win. GG.
Good game.
Right, it's Team 2 with 1 point. Let's see if Team 1 has a comeback this next round. Right, it seems like Tippy C and Ultra 4 are going to change up their strategy to better adapt for the Rail Orbiter and the Enoshade's laser wall. It looks like Ultra 4 has selected a Railkite, his Hectate, that has helped him win several fights before.
Enoshade and Robo Bunny definitely seem comfortable with their choice at the moment. I'm not sure they'll switch off no matter what Tippy C selects.
True. Seems their initial first match, they did pretty well. Same with, especially to Robo Bunny. He did not take much damage.
Well, everyone's selected ships. I don't know why no one's ready. I guess maybe they're considering whether they want to switch or not.
True. This is a giant game of rock paper scissors here. Ultra 4 is ready to go. Oh, Shade has his another rail orbiter. There's 2 rail orbiters. This could be quite devastating for Team 1. Especially if they stick together.
But Team 1 might be happy with that.
Perhaps. If Tippy is ready. And it seems Ultra 4 is now switching up his selection. Let's see what he picks. There it is. The missile orbiter, ironically named the Avoider.
Because, why make sense?
Pardon?
Why make sense when you could try and confuse everyone?
Yeah. Well, I've seen this ship before, and it has had some solid performances in the past by Ultra. Let's see if those missiles will be coming in handy. Oh. 2 missile orbiters versus 2 rail orbiters. Oh, never mind. It is the commentator's curse that they always select different ships.
I don't know if that's necessarily commentator's curse. They just like to really switch ships a lot. Looks like we're all ready, though.
True. So Tippy C has his deck cannon rammer. He's all ready to go. Lots of shields, point defense.
I do find it interesting that when players bring pairs of ships like those rail orbiters, that they aren't always identical.
Yeah, one design may
way?
have more engines or a better armor. And it looks like Shade is going full steam ahead to perhaps head off Ultra 4's missile orbiter.
Yeah, but he's gonna want to wait for his teammate there. A little bit of a slow start.
The thing with a pair of rail orbiters to consider is that you'll have to be very careful when you're fighting these, especially if team 2 sticks together. Because once they turn and your rear or flank are exposed, they have the opportunity to do some devastating damage.
Yeah, fighting 2 different rail fans of any variety is very dangerous because as soon as you, if you're fighting them from a distance, they can both fire at you at the same time, and there isn't really much defending against that. But if you don't pilot properly, it's very easy to get between them, and there's really nothing you can do at that point to defend.
Looks like Robo Bunny is going to head off Tippy C. Let's see if the point defense, how effective it is. The speed on Robo Bunny. Oh no! Goodbye, Ultra. That thin armor did not get the job done. The Shade tears right through him.
That's really unfortunate. Tippy C might still be able to pull this off, though. As long as they can get a ram going. Point defense is very good against rail fans like that, and the stacked shielding will help keep them alive for an extended period of time.
True. However, it is a 2 versus 1 game. All Robo Bunny needs to wait for is Shade to catch up. But Ultra 4 is still firing his missiles.
Yeah, Enoshade is probably going to be busy for a while. Even though they took out the control room on that ship in one hit, it's still technically alive and firing back at him. generally in situations like this is as soon as you try and flee, all the missiles hit you in the back and blow some important stuff up.
It seems the stacked shielding of Tippy C is able to contend with the firepower of Robo Bunny. They're caught on an asteroid.
Yeah, the heavy shielding in combination with ramming is really, really going to make it hard for Robo Bunny to hit anything significant.
Judging from the
Railguns,
sorry.
Railguns struggle primarily against heavy shielding and heavy armor, so if they can't all aim in the same spot, when they're fighting so many shields like this, they really can't penetrate deeply.
And judging from the bar drop on Team 1, it seems that Enoshade successfully polished off Ultra's missile orbiter and is making a beeline to attack perhaps Tippy C's rear. And this is where the duo of rail orbiters becomes dangerous. As I said... Oh, there's a
That
few
was
engines gone.
very, very nearly a fatal hit.
Indeed. Tippy C will have to play very careful with his next move.
So far, he's doing a good job of not allowing himself to get fully flanked, though at this point I'm not sure he really has much choice.
Oh, there goes a deck cannon.
Even though he lost it though, again, he is doing a good job of preventing significant damage to his thrusters or control room or anything like that.
And judging by the front of those shields, it seems like he can do a good job at resisting Robo Bunny's assaults while he slowly chips away at the armor. However, might expose his flank to Enoshade's attacks.
Yeah, you can see he's trying his best to prevent being turned, but
Nope.
Robo Bunny's thrust is simply stronger, and there goes the control room.
It seems like there's a Ultra 4 is on his last legs. It seems like Enoshade is rushing off to quickly finish him.
Yeah, those two tiny little sections do have control rooms left, so they're technically alive, just not functionally alive.
Yeah, they're not connected to any reactors really. And GG.
Good game. And that is a victory for Team 2.
Very dominant win. Congratulations.
Well played by everyone.
Well played. Good job, Ultra and Tippy. You did very well.
So there's a weird Team 2 is complaining that they cannot assign their teammates a ship, which is strange. Because I have it is set to same team. Is it a big deal? Okay, everything seems to be good to go. Yep, here we go.
All right, so yeah, this round is going to be New Smith and Immortal versus Sloaking and Sequoia. Yes.
All right, we got a decent spread in the asteroids here. Team 1 is a mix of the Midnight Sun with Noosmus at the helm and Moon Eclipse with Immortal at the helm. Meanwhile, Team 2 is a team that we know very well. We have the Nuclear Barge, Nuclear Fusion, piloted by Sloaking, and the Missile Orbiter, Luna Dial, piloted by Sequoia.
It'll be interesting to see another match that seems to be missiles against rails. Before rails were added to the game, missiles were like very dominant, especially in higher price brackets, but rails have definitely come in to change that.
I remember those days, actually. I had a horrendous time dealing with kiter missile builds because people would just build ships to run away from you, and they were guided, and you were just like, yeah, I got a cannon build, look at all this, look at the DACA, and then they just absolutely wreck you with missiles
from 3 sectors away.
From 3 sectors away.
Yeah, it looks like Sloaking and Sequoia are lining up in a defensive formation of some sort. Trying to mitigate the damage the rails can cause. Meanwhile, Team 1 is lining up in a firing line to get a clear shot at the next juicy reactor.
Immortal chugging the game again.
As always.
As always.
It looks like Immortal's about to come into range of Sequoia. And vice versa. Interestingly,
Immortal's... Yes?
Oh, interestingly, Noosmus isn't choosing to go towards Sequoia and instead splitting off. Or not. What were you gonna say?
Interestingly enough, the Moon Eclipse having those nukes in the back is actually pretty smart because a combination rail fan nuke barge is pretty useful. Not a lot of communication between the two
Teams,
players
yeah.
here.
They appear to have just shot their own teammate. Which doesn't do any damage, thankfully, since friendly fire is turned off, but it doesn't really help you either. Looks like Noosmus and Immortal are all turned around. They're not facing in the correct direction at all. The Immortal has launched his nukes right at the launchers of Sequoia. Oh, but they hit the armor. No, they do penetrate, it looks like. At least one launcher has been taken out, one launcher section.
Actually, we've seen some improvement from the original Midnight Sun design, because if I remember last time, they didn't have that little bar across the back. And
oh yeah, they didn't have rear armor.
Yeah.
Those nukes seem to be being targeted by Sequoia and Sloaking.
Today is just a day of
Hitting your
no
own teammate.
communication and friendly fire.
Yeah, several nukes going off on Sequoia's armor from Sloaking. Oh, a rail lineup is coming from Newsmith, but
Now they just
no
need...
fire is no shot is made.
Rails are an interesting beast. Sometimes they require wind up, sometimes they don't, which is such a strange thing.
The Newsmith
There
is
we go.
firing at Sloaking now. Not really doing much to that massive chunk of armor on the front.
Quite the odd decision, because taking out the DPS versus the tank would probably help them a lot. Because if they can take out the DPS and then focus down the tank by
Sloaking is launching nukes, which I think are gonna land on Newsmiths.
ooh, and because Newsmith is in fact Oh, wow! Okay, every single one of them is going to hit, taking out quite a few missiles and missile
Surprisingly,
launchers
only
in
taking
the
out
process.
about one section, but still doing quite a bit of damage. Sloaking is now releasing his armor straight into his teammate. Immortal and Newsmith have somehow gotten their enemy to ram into each other, which is definitely giving them the ability to snipe the control room of Sloaking. And
that will be the end of nuclear fusion. However, Newsmith does seem to be rather full of holes. Their ship is now made out of Swiss cheese.
And if Immortal can get turned a little bit faster, they might be able to get another snipe at the other control room.
And here it comes. Oh!
And hits the reactor.
Right through the front!
And the control room
And that is
now done.
that. First match is over with Team 1 winning. All right, just waiting for the thing.
The countdown is taking quite a time. There we go. All right. Round 2. Let's see if Newsmith and Immortal can pull out a win, or if Sloaking and Sequoia make a comeback.
Wait, both of them lost?
Well, they're on the same team, aren't they? No, Immortal and Newsmith, if they win this next round, they'll win the round, the entire match.
You said you listed Team 1, and then you said, let's see if Immortal and Newsmith can make a comeback, and I'm like, wait.
No, Team 2 can make a comeback. Pretty sure.
I get what you mean. Team 2 actually pulling out a new design that I don't think I've ever seen.
I think we yeah, no, I guess that is new. It's a tractor beam rail combination.
Which that seems
These are usually quite strong. That they have been usually what wins most tournaments in the past, but Walt has tried to nerf them a little in the recent updates.
Nasty.
So over here on the left, Newsmith and Immortal using the same Midnight Sun ship we've seen before, opting not to go with the nuclear option. On the right, Sequoia and Sloaking are using their tractor beam rail orbiters. Interestingly enough, they have opted for a higher number of rails versus a higher range with fewer rails.
Doesn't increased length of rails also increase damage?
Yes, but it's not as much as adding a new rail.
I see.
So adding a new rail is 100% more damage, but adding more length is only like 50% more if you add the same amount of cost.
I see.
So it is higher damage output, but it will be less focused because you're having to shoot from more places. Yeah, it'll be interesting. So the key is for them is to get close enough to actually fire their rails. And since Immortal and Newsmiths don't have any reverse thrust, they won't be able to kite them effectively. We can see on the next slide of this slideshow, they're all approaching the center of the Ring of Death as Sloaking appears to be leaving Sequoia quite a bit behind him. I don't know if that's the ideal strategy, but Sloaking appears to be going without stopping. Sequoia is wondering if we were even moving. I would say no. We're just teleporting from one frame to the next, so.
Actually, space is the thing that's moving. They're not moving at all.
They're just bending space-time around them. Exactly. This whole time you thought thrusters were normal, but they use pure energy to bend space-time and move your ship forward.
Space travel through the sheer power of anger. Sounds like something from Warhammer 40k.
Looks like Immortal's in range.
Blood is probably going to go to Immortal right here if they decide to fire, but they don't seem to be firing.
They turned much too late to angle. Maybe they're trying to go.
Is the one who gets the first blood, and they actually nearly chop their way all the way through the front armor and possibly could have taken out.
But the rear shot from Sequoia onto Immortal, it doesn't actually do any real damage. He was able to spin fast enough.
He was actually able to take out one of the huge engines on the back, but Immortal rotated just fast enough to prevent any serious damage.
Oh, but that reactor on
However,
Immortal...
he was not able to prevent the damage from Sloaking, as I do believe that is a kill for Team 2.
Yeah, you can see the power of the higher damage output of having the extra rails. It looks like Sequoia is rotating Newsmiths with his tractor beams and is lining up for a perfect shot right on Newsmith's reactor. And that is going to be game. Good game.
Yikes. All right, so Team 2 nets themselves a win, which means we will be going into a third round.
Those tractor beam rail fans are forced to be reckoned with.
The countdown taking a weird amount of time.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it's trying to calculate, but somehow Immortal is still lagging the game. All right, round 3, 1-1 right now. Tiebreaker round will decide who is moving forward in the bracket.
All right. Newsmith seems to be trading out one of their ships. Or not. It seems like they are just going to double down and see if they can't do this. Launching the game.
All right, so on the left, Newsmith and Immortal going for the same ship they did last round. Over here on the right, Sequoia and Sloaking is going for the same ship as well. I'm not sure what their plan is here. Newsmith and Immortal must think they have a different strategy to try. Or maybe they think that they will just be able to win, unlike last round. Interestingly, this match there appears to be some asteroids in the middle of the field. I wonder if the contestants will utilize those. Wonder where the fast forward button is. Oh, it appears to be speeding up. Oh, and now it's slowed down again. Immortal must have been overclocking the CPU for a brief moment in time.
There are moments where I wish I had that remote from Click.
Yeah. I do wonder what Immortal is running, and if it's actually just really slow or if it's like thermal throttling. I do know some other contestants like Air had a laptop that was completely caked in dust, causing it to slow down. Immortal accidentally turning off his lag switch. Yeah, classic mistake. Maybe once Immortal stops mining Bitcoin while he plays Cosmoteer, we'll be able to get some stable frame rates.
Oh,
Oh, man. Although I don't think anyone mines Bitcoin with a GPU anymore.
they better not be. That was such a dumb trend. Ugh, such a waste of money.
What we don't know is Immortal is actually connecting to us on his iPod Touch.
Gosh dang Apple users.
I'd be very impressed if someone were to emulate an entire desktop operating system on an iPod Touch, let alone run Cosmoteer. The Quay getting bored is firing his tractor beams. They do look very pretty at 2 frames per second.
I think it would be really interesting if ships that are lower tonnage than the item that you are tractor beaming, right, get drawn or pushed away from objects that are larger than them.
That's how it works.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so the tractor beam applies a force to both the ship using it and to the ship it's pushing on. So
Okay.
it's the equal and opposite reaction. It's not like breaking physics or anything.
Gotcha. So they would be able to use those tractor beams to slingshot around those rocks then.
Yes, that's actually, I've seen a few ships that are designed specifically to do that.
That is amazing.
Yeah. Tractor beams are usually more effective on enemy ships though, because with an asteroid, you're only pulling yourself, but with a enemy ship, you're pushing them and pulling yourself, or vice versa. So you can affect the movement of combat with like basically double the performance because you're using it on both ships. First shot from Immortal going into the corner armor of Sloaking, it looks like. Oh no, it is actually getting in and hitting one of the rails.
Oh, I missed first blood. Oh no. And it was a good first blood too. Holy cow.
Yeah. Let's see. Sloaking is now coming for his volley. But it looks like all he's going to get at is a massive hunk of armor on the corner of Immortal. Newsmith's also firing.
Let's see if he manages to pull off that lucky silver bullet. Oh, wow, he actually does! He takes out a railgun.
Interesting. Sloaking finally getting his chance to fire, but Newsmith's... Oh! Sequoia getting a snipe, not quite penetrating to the bridge of Immortal.
I wouldn't quite say that, as they actually did penetrate the armor, taking out a thruster.
They did do a slight bit of damage to the bridge.
Sloaking getting a shot off down the throat of Immortal's Midnight Sun. Newsmith's actually
Sloaking
doing
is
a fan
getting
on
a very good opportunity to snipe Immortal, using his tractor beams to rotate Immortal against his will.
And here comes the messiness. Oh, that's gonna possibly take out quite a lot from Immortal.
A trade-off. One reactor for another reactor, but the reactor in Immortal was a chain reaction with the control room, meaning Immortal is now out of command. Sequoia still has a control room left because he split up into two medium-sized control rooms. Sometimes it's not about how much armor you have to block yourself from getting damaged, but it's about how many shots to your internals you can survive. That decides a match.
Oh, and here comes the fan from Sloaking.
Not quite penetrating.
Actually, it's almost entirely penetrated.
Yeah.
But it stopped right against the engines. And now we're going to see some really interesting tractor beam bullying.
Yeah, they're both rotating him very hard. He is full thrusting to the right, but they are still rotating him.
Oh,
that is
no.
unfortunate. Here comes a rail shot from Sequoia. It is not able to penetrate. It is very close though.
Fascinating.
Now they are pushing on each other with their tractor beams, which is not going to be very beneficial. That allows Newsmith to finally start turning.
Although it looks like Sloaking is in fact trying to prevent this as hard as they can.
Yeah, and it's actually pushing Newsmith into the asteroid, which is not going to be ideal. Oh, and now Sequoia is able to help.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me. Or maybe for me.
Newsmith has lined up a shot. It does not. Oh, it does. It does. It hits a rail. It hits a rail.
All the way back could actually cause a chain reaction. Not quite. Okay.
No, not quite. And he did remember to bring fire extinguishers, so that's good.
However, will the fire extinguishers get to those magazines in time to prevent that magazine from touching off is the question.
Sloaking says fire extinguishers. I mean, they are working, but we'll see if they last. All right.
All right, here
Smiths.
comes another. Right down the throat, taking out another railgun. Newsmith might actually just be the MVP of this entire thing if they can turn this around. However, that is unlikely.
Sloaking
As I
is
do
getting another
believe-
shot right at the rear. Let's see if they
Yep,
can land.
here it comes.
Oh, it's got
oh,
spread out.
damn.
He spread out the damage enough by spinning that he was not able to penetrate.
I do believe the alpha strike of these ships has been reduced drastically. So
Yeah,
I'm
they
not sure
both
that
are down to less than half of their rails. Which means they've basically the same capacity as Newsmith, so who has full functioning rails. Another rear shot on the already exposed armor, but it does not quite kill the reactor, even though it does deal damage to it.
All right, Newsmith getting their ship reoriented. Now has a almost perfect shot on a reactor if they can just get their... Oh no! Sloaking has managed to turn their ship, but they get the reactor anyways, and it started a chain reaction, causing the ship to go up in smoke.
Yeah, it looks like the Sequoia was maybe trying to prevent them from turning, but I could not tell. They might have actually helped Newsmith turn towards their teammate.
All right, and now Team 2 is down to one ship, as they now have two halves of the their ships are almost mirror images of each other, almost.
Yeah, if they could just combine, they would be back to full health. Where's docking ports when you need them? All right, here's another shot from Sloaking. But it does not manage to penetrate. He is down to only, it looks like one of his rails is on fire, which I think is preventing it.
Dear Lord, this person is carrying this team. Whoa.
Sloaking is still struggling to fight the fire inside his own ship.
Here comes an alpha strike from Midnight Sun.
Oh,
doesn't
quite 3 of the
make
rails
it
do not fire. I wonder why. They seem to have been loaded.
Unless he might be
He's changing targets. That's probably what he's doing.
Ah.
Now he's firing them. Oh, but just not enough to get that reactor. If he had saved just one more rail shot, he would have done it.
However, if he turns right a little bit, which he's trying, but unfortunately, Sequoia is currently pushing him. He might be able to get. He might have been able to get a shot down the throat of Sloaking.
Midnight Sun lining up for another shot. On Sloaking, it does not penetrate all the way to the reactor, but it takes out 2 rails while it's going. Sloaking now down to 1 rail, and Sequoia down to 4.
This may be probably one of the hardest fought matches I have seen in a while.
Yeah.
All right. If Newsmith does not fire their railguns, they will be making the smart choice here.
But they use it on the armor of Sequoia.
And now with 1 railgun, Sloaking has a shot. Let's see if they time their shot correctly to penetrate and possibly take out that exposed reactor.
No, he's rotated too much. It is not going to happen.
Good piloting on Newsmith's part then. However, here comes a 4-barrel alpha strike from Sequoia, possibly lining up directly with that weak spot, that chink in Newsmith's armor that could take out that reactor.
He's lining up.
Let's see what happens.
It's getting close. Time to fire would be now. He is not able to rotate his ship. He's fully full thrust, but his ship is still rotating because of the tractor beams. He needs to switch to pole. Oh no.
And it's too
It's too
late.
late. It was unfortunate. The tractor beams
Noose was
prevented
able
him.
to Noose was able to avert disaster and quite possibly put a bunch of holes in Sequoia, but not quite
not
penetrate that
enough.
armor. They only fired half of their railguns this time because I believe they're planning on... Yup, there it goes.
But
Not
just into the
quite.
armor. Alright, Sequoia is lining up for another shot, maybe? Let's see. Ooh, this might be a good shot if he can turn fast enough, unlike last time.
And actually, Noosmus might knock them into the shot. However, shot missed.
Sequoia is just not able to rotate when those tractor beams are on full force.
Alright,
Oh,
Noosmus
lining up
has
for another
a
shot.
chance.
This is a perfect. Oh, just
Noosmus
into
has
the
a
armor though.
chance if they can rotate fast enough to shoot right down the center. Oh, fire now! Fire now!
Here they go. Oh, just into the armor though.
It was way too late. Way too late. If they had started firing earlier, they would have in fact penetrated that reactor. Now with only a minute 20, or rather 5 minutes left.
Sequoia looks to have had one of his rails disabled from the crew corridor being cut off. So he is now down to only 3, and now he is down to 0 as the reactor goes off.
Team 2 is now down to... it's now a 1v1, however, Team 2 has quite a disadvantage as Noosmus turns slowly, ponderously, ready to shove lead right down Slowking's throat. Here it goes.
And that is game.
That's game.
Over
Oh my
penetrating straight through.
goodness. So now, did Team 1 win?
It was
this
1-1, I
entire-
believe. Or no, let me check. Yeah, that was 1-1. So it looks like Team 1 is going ahead with the victory.
Oh my goodness.
Congratulations to Smith and Immortal. We get to endure your lag again. How exciting.
Good grief. Alright. Oh, return to setup. Where is that? Escape menu option. No, I can't actually return to setup for some reason. Huh.
Hmm.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Looks like next up we have is that Eno Shade? Or I forget who won last round. Alright, let's check.
Wait, why is Ina Shade here? I thought that they were swapping over to the other lobby.
I guess
Condensing down to-
not.
At this point, we're
down
all
to 1.
Okay, we're
so
only
I'm
doing
hosting
one lobby.
still.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. Atris, you may want to move the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
already.
Okay.
Okay, so it's me and Redstone commentating, right? Yep.
Yes.
All right, cool.
And this will be the final match of the day.
Oh, we still have quite a few left. It's just at this point, every match will have a team staying, so switching lobbies
Gotcha.
would be confusing.
All right, Edo Shade using a another railfan design. That last match though. Oh my goodness.
I'll admit, it'd be interesting to see if Robo Bunny also uses a rail orbiter like InnoShade. It'll be quite nice to see. It looks like Gunsmith and Immortal. They're Oh, they're taking the same ships they used last time. The Moon Eclipse and the Midnight Sun. Nice. It would be interesting to see a quartet of rail ships being used.
It will certainly be very interesting.
True. Now we're just waiting on whatever Robo Bunny G has to select for their options. Seems Immortal and Enoshade are perfectly content with their choices. And so is entirely Team 1. And I was right, a quartet of rail ships. Right, now we're just waiting on Robo Bunny to be ready, and we can start the game. Alright, and everybody is ready. The game commence. Alright, we're just launching our game. We should be ready to go any minute now. And we are ready to go. As you can see on the right side, both Enoshade and Robo Bunny have their rail orbiters. Enoshade with his Andromeda placeholder, and Robo Bunny with his maybe better. On the left, both Team 1, Gunsmith and Immortal, have the infamous Midnight Sun ships. Interesting to see how they use those.
I think we might have actually had this matchup yesterday. All railgun orbiters, 3 of them with 6 accelerators and 1 of them with 7 accelerators.
Perhaps. It looks like I'm sorry.
There is something that I'd like to note, and that is that Team 2's rail orbiters are much lighter and more agile, whereas Team 1's are more heavily armored and armed, which could be the deciding factor in this. Just wanted to chime in.
Perhaps. If both teams stick together, it'll be hard for one to get really much of an edge over the other, unless they get off a lucky shot in a crucial area.
Which probably will happen. I mean, railguns are very, very good at hitting chinks in armor, and we have 4 of them.
True. In this case, it'll be just a game to see who can get that who can hit the sweet spots first, and also is a determining factor between how thick and durable their defenses are.
I think more than anything, this is just going to be a battle of piloting.
Yeah, probably.
Small
Sorry.
small differences in thrust, layout, armor, even weaponry and stuff can make a difference in places, but again, I think this match will be decided primarily by one team getting behind the other team.
On a side comment, I really do like their paint jobs. I'm not sure who painted it, but whoever did it, they did a very nice job.
Immortal about to run into that asteroid.
And it looks like Shade is holding his ground while Robo Bunny comes back to reinforce him.
We're all kind of gravitating towards the center of the playing field, which is probably smart.
Looks like Shade is getting into his optimal position to fire, or perhaps land the first shot on Immortal or Gunsman. Newsmiss, sorry.
Nesmus is in kind of a bad position right now. Everyone else is about to get in range of each other, but he's behind an asteroid. That leaves his opponent in a 2v1.
Looks like Shade takes his first shot at Immortal. And he takes down one large thruster.
Yeah, I think he was aiming for the engine room, but momentum changed. First volley there by Immortal. That's kind of a nasty angle. That might do some damage.
Looks like Immortal just fired off his shot to try to pierce the shields of Robo Bunny, who in turn returns fire.
We have a second volley from Nuzmus on that same spot. Good coordination there. And it takes out a railgun.
Looks like Guzman is continuing his assault on Shade, and Shade is still returning fire.
Nuzmus and Immortal might actually be kind of blocking each other here. There's not much they can do without retro thrust. Robo Bunny, though, not entirely sure what they're doing. It's probably some mistake, but not where they want to be.
No, because it puts Immortal in a good spot to nail at the thinner sections of the armor to perhaps get to the reactors, which he seems to be trying to take advantage of right now.
Robo Bunny's ship actually seems like it's simply not moving.
Is that a command points? Now.
Yeah, something happened to one of their control room operators. They don't have control right now.
They have regained control, thankfully. But hopefully, Shade can turn in time before Mortal fires. And he just barely managed to turn in time.
Yeah, that was close.
Guzma's coming on,
Oh.
and he nails a reactor and a bridge, and it takes out 3 of the 5 railguns.
That might be the deciding factor in this. Immortal and Nuzmus's chips are definitely more armored from these sides and back, which means I don't think those 2 remaining railguns on Robo Bunny's ship will be able to do much.
Yeah. Now, Shade is exposing his flanks to Immortal. Let's see if he can capitalize on it.
Well, he is still stuck on Robo Bunny's ship. It'll be a bit before he can turn. And you can see Robo Bunny's realized that and started to push against him.
Oh, but Guzma strikes another reactor of Shade, taking out 3 of the railguns and all the bridges.
Yeah, that was a pretty nasty hit.
You're right, it did come down to piloting.
So at this point, the only thing that's alive still technically is Robo Bunny's ship. It's got fully operational parts, it's just very, very hurt right now. It's worth noting that even though Enoshade has no control of his ship anymore, he still does have those 3 railguns online that theoretically could still fire.
True. And it looks like Robo Bunny is still trying to maneuver his ship to see if those 2 railguns can hit the flanks of Immortal.
Yeah, might get a good shot here. Yeah. Penetrates through but doesn't really do any damage.
And it looks like Guzmas is turning around to potentially finish off Robo Bunny's rail orbiter. It is not looking too good for him at the moment.
Yeah, Robo Bunny's trying to turn back to present his front, but so much of his thrust is damaged at this point, he might not get the chance.
And here comes the final volley, and Team 1 wins the first match. If I recall correctly, this is a best out of 5, right?
No, this is still a best out of 3. The next match will be a best out of 5.
Alright then. Well, Team 1 is already up 1 point. Let's see if Team 2 can make a comeback. That was a fun match to watch.
Albeit a little slow.
True. And it looks like Robo Bunny is going to swap their ship for a nuke orbiter. That is a lot of firepower.
It's kind of an interesting choice, because it is definitely a lot of firepower, and that many nukes can easily drill through the armor on those rail fans. But at the same time, it's very vulnerable from the sides and back, and nukes tend to have a lot of trouble hitting fast-moving targets like orbiters.
You have a point there. Let's see if Team 1 is happy with their choices or if they're going to change anything.
Like Immortal is switching his ship out for something. Looks like a missile orbiter, maybe?
I think it is a missile. Oh, both are switching for a missile. Nope, never mind. I think only Immortal is going to be the one sticking with a missile orbiter.
I think we'll be here for a while.
Oh, yeah, they're just switching out their ships. Right, it looks like Team 1 has hopefully made their selection of 2 missile orbiters. Let's see what Robo Bunny picks this time. Looks like Enoshade is still pretty content with his Andromeda placeholder, and Team 1 seems to be perfectly ready to go. They seem very satisfied with their choices.
Notice Shade hasn't actually readied up, so they could change out their ship at any moment.
It looks like Robo Bunny now has selected a deck cannon rammer with a lot of engines and a lot of frontal armor. No factories, so let's see how it works. And Immortal has switched his ship to a different stellar rupture. You can see a little ring frame around it. Let's see how he uses that to his in his gameplay.
That's probably to prevent him from getting stuck in a ram.
Yeah, if he faces off against Robo,
Go ahead.
If he faces off against Robo Bunny, it might help him out.
Yeah. Missile orbiters and some other types of ships like that tend to be very, very flat on the front and back, which makes them very susceptible to being rammed. Having a ring like that allows it to rotate even if it's being rammed head on.
All right, is everybody ready? Good.
Looks like it.
3,
Seems so.
2, 1.
The game has begun. Let's see who makes the first move.
I'm going to say, since the majority of these vessels are, in fact, orbiters, it's going to be a pretty quick race to the center. In fact, yes, all of them are orbiters. None of them have reverse thrust or side-to-side transverse thrusters.
Yeah.
I don't think this will
You can see-
necessarily be a rush to the center, though, because there are a couple very poorly placed asteroids right in the middle that are going to make maneuvering difficult.
That being said, Team
you look-
2 does seem to be right at the goalpost in the center now, or nearly there. Immortal chugging the system a bit. Come on, Coraline.
Something to note: Immortal's orbiter actually has a three pair of nukes. Normally for orbiters, well, I don't really tend to see too many nukes placed on orbiters before, but if he gets caught in a ram and is able to turn, those nukes may be able to provide some extra punch to his attacks.
Yeah, that's a really interesting design.
I rather
Nukes,
like it.
Seeing nukes on the back of orbiters is something you would used to see in older versions of the game, but not really recently. Ever since their targeting system, targeting AI, I guess, was changed, and it became much more rare to see them attached to the back like that.
Yeah, it looks like Robo Bunny is going to commence his assault against Immortal, and that circular ring frame may come in handy. Another thing to note is this placement, the usage of shields for a ruptured constellation or Guzman's ship. See, those actually might do the job against protecting against Inoshade's first volleys.
First Blood is probably about to belong to Enoshade. However, Robo Bunny also seems to be firing their cannons ahead of target. Nope, First Blood belongs to Enoshade, and very closely followed by Robo Bunny. Team 2 seems to be having an interesting time keeping the DPS up. But they have actually melted through Enoshade's rear armor, and are very quickly melting through Robo Bunnies as well.
Enoshade is trying to use his speed to try to see if he can avoid the missiles while he can still turn to make the use of his fan for his railguns and chip away at Guzman's armor.
Might also be trying to gang up on Immortal's ship there.
That might be the smart move.
And it looks like Enoshade got off a strong shot to penetrate the armor of the Stellar Rupture, who is currently caught on an asteroid.
Correction, no penetration, just armor damage.
Yeah. Well, I said trying to.
Okay, sorry.
You can see that ring of structure is really helping him get back off of the asteroid.
Quite a
They might ram.
quite a unique design to put that structure ring around on an orbiter. I've never seen it. Have you guys?
Nope. But there goes 2 of his nuke launchers. You do not want your rear exposed to a railgun ship, especially Enoshade's railfan orbiter.
However, Enoshade does seem to be very quickly losing the HP battle, as they have now lost the side of their armor, and missiles should now be able to break through. They have lost several thrusters off of the back. However, they have riposted with some railguns right into the rear of Immortal, and Immortal actually loses several missile launchers to a chain reaction.
Robo Bunny at the bottom left has actually gotten pretty stuck on that asteroid.
Oh,
that might make a big difference in this battle.
Yeah, he'll be in no position to help. In the meantime, Guzman will soak the damage with his shield and armor, while Immortal stays to the sidelines and is hammering away on Enoshade's thin armor.
Enoshade fires a full spread of railguns right into Newsmith, but again, it's just eaten up by that thick armor of Newsmith.
I think that volley had a dual purpose. It was not only to try and damage the armor on that ship, but to try and free himself. He's stuck in a ramlock right now, and railguns have a lot of recoil, so generally by firing all of your railguns at once, you can kind of launch yourself backwards a little bit, which helps you escape from rams.
Quite ingenious.
And unfortunately, Robo Bunny is still stuck. One bit of armor has allowed him. That little curved armor section has caught between the edge of the rock, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, not only do I suspect he won't be able to free himself in time to help his teammate, I'm not sure he's able to free himself at all. He might just be completely stuck.
Is he unable to aim and fire his guns manually into that rock to free himself?
Oh, it wouldn't do any damage. That's a Megaroy rock. It has stupid amounts of health. It would take an eternity to get anywhere.
Yeah. 160,000 health. It'll take a very long time indeed. If only those mining lasers were come in handy, right?
As Enoshade gets eaten alive by these swarm of missiles. I do believe the death of Enoshade is coming very, very soon.
He fires off one last volley.
Which actually does penetrate.
And that got very close to doing some serious damage.
The only problem is he's lost his bridge.
Yeah, there goes his control room.
That is
reactor.
the death of Enoshade right there. Alright, and the bombardment of Robo Bunny has begun.
However, I'm not sure Robo Bunny's weapons will be able to turn fast enough, or will have the range to catch up with Stellar Rupture's or Rupture Constellation's speed.
No, they definitely don't.
It is rather unfortunate that they managed to get themselves stuck on the asteroid, though they seem to have gotten free slightly.
Here come
Not
the
quite,
nukes.
though.
Yeah, even though deck cannons have a very large firing arc, it's not 360 degrees. So if one of their opponents gets right behind them, they can't do anything. Let alone the fact that they have shorter range.
There goes his reactor and bridge. GG, Team 1.
Good game.
Now, would it be a reasonable build to have your orbiter, right? Have all the cannons facing behind you so that you can run away while firing?
like a kiter or something.
Like a kiter, I suppose. But like
Um,
rotating, if you rotate the guns 90 degrees to the right and left, so that you have sort of you have 100% coverage forward and backward, 50% coverage side to side. If that makes sense. It doesn't.
right?
Never mind.
No, I don't think it would. All right, looks like Team 1 with their victory, they will be going up against the team of Kawa and Saris. This is going to be an interesting fight. Saris and Kawa, tough opponents indeed. This will be a best out of 5. So whenever they're ready to join.
5, my goodness.
It will be a long round for each teams, but I'm absolutely certain there's going to be a lot of action in them.
All right, so this next round is going to be, as Fusion said, New Smith and Immortal, Saurus and Kawa be going against each other. So this round will have a best of 5, as it is the final round of the losers bracket. After this, the winner will be going against Ugg and South again, it appears. And they will get another shot at claiming championship.
Apaguchi, who's been hopping in and out of my lobby for a while now, is finally up.
All right, let's see what chips they choose for their first round.
To the untrained eye, it may look like the counterpicking is not happening at all, but actually it's happening so quickly that it looks like nothing is happening.
Truly astounding.
Truly astounding.
Picking ships so fast, it's uncaptured by the frame rate of my recording software.
60 times per second, they are clicking their mice. So these ships that they have, these are avoiders?
Yeah.
Okay.
Saurus and Kawa are using looks to be heavy laser wall avoiders. I'm not sure if they have electric bolts on them. I'm pretty sure this version is only heavy lasers. New Smith and Immortal, in the meantime, are using nuke and missile orbiters, it appears. Or just missile orbiters.
Alright, we're just waiting on fusion.
All right.
All right, let's get a look at these beauties.
Yeah, on the left here, New Smiths and Immortal using the same missile orbiter with EMPs. And Kawa and Saris. Wait. Paris. So it's Saris, actually, I think.
Saris,
Yeah. He likes to always tell me I pronounce it wrong, even if I pronounce it right. So at this point, I have no clue. But yeah, it looks to be only heavy lasers on both of them. So this will be an interesting fight.
I do think that Team 1 actually has a bit of an advantage, as how effective are lasers against armor and that massive wall of shields that these
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have a hard time getting through, but due to their sheer speed and being avoiders and all, they'll be able to flank them pretty effectively. So that's what their Team 1 is gonna have to watch out for, being flanked and having their missiles shot out.
Well, now we're gonna run into the other issue of Team 1 also has ions, or not ions, EMPs.
Yeah,
which...
that is definitely going to be a hindrance to the avoider walls, especially if they're at their engines, let alone their shields. Yeah, indeed, Immortal has some nice paint on their missile orbiters, while New Smiths. Yeah, you can usually tell a ship was well prepared when it has a very customized paint scheme, because that means they took their time to go over every little detail of the ship before the tournament. So while painting your ship might not give it a competitive advantage, it definitely pays to pay close attention to everything.
Lasers apparently are one of the best weapons versus armor.
Yeah, they do have very high DPS, so armor won't be a huge issue. The shields are the main issue, really, with that.
All right, the Team 1 has oriented their ship to start bombarding from a distance.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try auto-firing, maybe? Or I think they are just getting in a position to kite the enemy, since I think they do have a higher max speed. We'll see if they decide to go straight for it. I think Kawa and Saris are going to go around the asteroid to avoid the missiles. Saris is now switching directions. It appears that Immortal has distanced themselves enough from Goosmith, Newsmith, that Saris and Kawa are going to try attacking. Looks like First Blood is going to go to Saris once he gets in range here. As you can see, the EMPs are very fast, but they also are very slow at turning.
Very poor agility.
Yeah.
All right, and here comes those melting lasers as they start pounding away at that armor. Immortal turning their ship to try and catch some of those lasers on the shields.
Kawa is running into the backside of the missiles. Interesting. But Cyrus, on the meanwhile, has made his missiles crash into the asteroid.
Oh, and Kawa has started to.
The EMPs have hit his
by
own
EMP.
ship.
Oh
Surprisingly.
no!
That is impressive. At least friendly fire is turned off.
Would be
Immortal-
interesting to turn
yeah.
friendly fire on for
It would
a
be.
tournament or two.
Yeah, a lot of players would not like it though, so that's usually why we have it off. Immortal exposed a little bit of his rear, but didn't take too much damage.
Lost a. Oh no, he didn't lose anything. Okay, he just lost armor.
No, I think he did lose one launcher. Oh, I'm looking at it. Yeah, he lost one.
Oh yeah, he lost one. It does look like now that they have separated Saris from Kawa, they will be ruthlessly pummeling them.
Looks like Saris is having a hard time deciding to either go after Newsmist or try to like Immortal, and he's deciding to go towards Newsmist's exposed rear.
And very quickly it turns around where Kawa and Apaguchi are now flanking. This is weird.
Yeah, so Saris is actually struggling to keep up, it seems, with Newsmith. But at the same time, he's also trying to block all those missiles from Immortal with his shields. Because the last thing they want to lose as avoiders is their thrusters, because if they don't have full thrust, then they drastically decrease in efficiency. Meanwhile, the orbiters really only want their missiles to stay alive. Looks like Kawa got caught on the asteroid for a little bit.
Their entire left side is paralyzed from all the EMP activity.
Yeah.
It does seem that Saris is focusing down Immortal's shields to try and get to that one reactor that is one of the reactors that is very close to the edge of the armor.
Interesting to note that one of Kawa's reactors is really low on health. It looks like a missile came in from the rear and struck it. It's down to like 700 health right now. Oh, and Saris is lost a reactor for one of the thrusters. Not very good. One of the issues with that is if they lose another thruster section, they will now not have any more command points to spare, and they'll have to start turning parts off.
All right, and here comes quite a lot of rear damage on Immortal, as their armor is not going to be able to take much more of this.
And there goes one of their sections.
A few, actually.
Yeah. They're able to turn.
It is unfortunate that they are... Is there a strategic reason why they have stayed so long outside of the Ring of Death?
Mostly because they were trying to focus on Immortal, and Immortal went outside the Ring of Death.
This always seems to backfire for the people who go outside.
I mean, Kawa probably was trying to pay more attention to outmaneuvering the missiles than trying to stay in the ring. Oh,
Saris is about to get a massive EMP right into the maneuvering thruster.
And these missiles are following it up. They might take out another control room is gone. He has lost control of his ship. He needs to turn off some of the parts before he can regain full control. He opts to turn off all of the weapons and the shields, which is not ideal because he is now exposed and lost much of his firepower from that missile volley.
Immortal making their way back inside of the Ring of Death, finally. Apaguchi turning on some of their weapons in order to try and lay down some DPS on Immortal.
Yeah, currently it's not really good for Saris, as he now has like most of his ship is just dead weight, and there goes his last reactor. Saris is down.
Turn their ship in order to prevent one of their reactors from going up, and they do manage to prevent the destruction of their reactor. However, they are about to slide right into all of these missiles that NewSmith just fired.
Yeah, it appears the laser walls are having a lot of trouble focusing fire on these orbiters because of how much armor they have, even in between the missiles. If you notice, they also have lines of armor going in between sections of missiles, probably to prevent...
which is very smart.
Yeah, it's probably to prevent the explosions from taking out other sections. But it also helps a lot to prevent the lasers from doing much damage to the internals.
Gotta stop those chain reactions.
Yeah, right now it's not looking good for Kawa. He doesn't have any defense, and those EMPs are destroying his shielding. And a missile striking the back of his thrusters. Let's see. Yeah, right now he would really want some EMPs, or not EMPs, disruptors to get through that shielding, but it's going to be very difficult for him. Just lasers.
Team 1 controls the Ring of Death.
Although, now that I say that, he is actually hitting the reactor, and he has gotten Immortal's left side reactor, which actually takes him out because it destroyed his control room as well.
Which now makes it a 1v1. NewSmith, who is still in really, really good shape overall, is now capable of laying down quite a long stream of missiles.
Yeah. And Kawa really needs to get away from the corpse of Immortal, as it's still in range, I think. Yeah, it's still firing. That's going to be a real issue for him. It appears he's now out of range of at least the missiles, but the EMPs are still coming, which are honestly just as bad. Two more EMPs, and he is almost completely out of shielding. Oh, and a reactor is taken out by the missiles. Now down to 2 sections. NewSmith is still in full functioning order, it appears. Kawa is trying to go around for a flank. NewSmith is turning. It's really tough to pilot a fast wall when you're in this many missiles, because basically everywhere you go is death. Right there, another reactor blown up.
And I do believe this is the death knell for Team 2.
1 or 2 well-placed missiles, and that last reactor is going up, and in the last control room.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the first match that we have had where we have reached 0 state.
Yeah, that is impressive. Yeah. Surprisingly, they are still going at it. I think it's mostly due to the amount of shielding both of these ships have, because even after getting damaged by the Ring of Death, their shields are still at full health. Wow, just barely hanging on. Kawa has only like 2 thruster banks left. 1, and that is game. Congratulations. Oh wait, no, we're still doing best of 5, right? I forgot.
And this was
The first
pretty
round.
much just the first match.
We have quite a few matches in front of us.
I would be quite surprised if Team 2 utilizes the same avoider ships. Saris is confused as to why Team 1 might start swapping out ships, but keeping it fresh prevents adaptation.
Yeah. They also probably are just bored of playing with the same ships or something.
But they just pulled those out.
Hmm. Looks like they're going back to railfans. At least Immortal is. Railfans definitely will have a lot quicker kill time than those missiles, but it's not going to be as reliable.
Yeah, normally railfans go straight through walls like that, but since the addition of large shields, it's made it a lot harder for railfans to deal with them.
Yeah. If they can get a flank, it will be game over, but getting that flank is going to be challenging. It looks like Saris and Kawa are switching out to the blue pages ship that won them the last tournament. We'll see if this can help them get ahead.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, so on the left here, Noosmus and Immortal. Noosmus using the same ship as last round, and Immortal using a nuke and rail orbiter. Over here, blue
On the
pages.
right. Team 2. Ah, the blue pages. Yes.
Let's see if we can get another blue book. Blue sandwich. See what the chefs can cook out this time.
I'm gonna see him try and make a pizza.
This is quite the strange variant of the blue pages because it looks like they're actually properly connected. Oh no, it's just an optical illusion. Never mind.
Yeah, that little structure net in the front there is to prevent them from getting rammed, and having that ram disrupts their large shields.
Oh no, I was talking about the where the ram protection net connects to the ship, right? Right behind it looks like there's a proper connection of armor. But
yeah, it's just not touching, but also they do have to shoot at the structure to actually successfully detach the two other sides. The reason they're not using the explosive charge is because it would be way too easy for the enemy to shoot out the explosive charge and split them prematurely.
Right, first shots by Immortal there. Probably not gonna get very deep because of all those shields. Yeah.
Missiles are being fired by Noosmus. EMPs. Looks like they might hit. Yes.
Wow, and the sheer speed of Saris's ship there is preventing Immortal from turning back towards him.
Immortal is Yeah, really stuck there. Meanwhile, it appears the missiles are getting through on the side of Kawa's ship.
Yeah, it's hard enough to avoid missiles when you have full omnidirectional thrust, but with only one direction of thrust like this, it's crazy difficult. Oh, and really smart maneuver by Saris there. He maneuvered his shields back in front of Immortal, so Immortal wouldn't be able to shoot at the back of Kawa's ship.
Interesting.
Good awareness.
Yeah. He also was able to snipe out one of the rails already, so he has almost stripped out all the armor in front of those shields. Meanwhile,
And there's another
Kawa
rail.
is on the back of Newsmith, destroying those missile launchers.
Pretty soon here, they might actually have some trouble keeping a ram like that. They only have one little bit of structure left keeping that ram plow on. And if they
Yeah.
lose that, they'll lose any semblance of focus fire they had.
Yeah, missiles are particularly good at clearing structure because of their area of damage.
And there it goes.
Yep. He now has no more RAM, so his large shields are not going to be helping him in this situation.
Saris, on the other hand, has managed to get Immortal somewhat stuck on an asteroid.
But the nukes are launching. I don't think they're going to have any chance of hitting, though. Yeah, they're going straight back into their launchers.
Yeah, that looked like some sort of auto fire. I thought that was patched.
He probably accidentally targeted it, thinking that Saris wouldn't be able to pivot out of there.
Well, being able to fire nukes at that angle is an exploit that has existed for a while, and I thought it had been patched out.
No, what? Oh, he was at 90 degrees. He must have aimed
was?
right at the corner. Yeah. Saris
Huh.
was able to quickly maneuver back to the front, though.
Right, well, going back to Kawa's ship there, they've rammed pretty far into Nizmus's ship. They don't really have any weapons left. There goes a reactor.
And his control room is only at 600 health, counting down because of the fire. And
Yeah, it seems
that
like a
looks
design
like-
flaw.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think last tournament he should have added some armor in between them. But he did not, so that is game. It looks like Immortal had already forfeited.
Yeah, he knew he wasn't escaping Saris.
All right, so this is the third round now. Well, 1-1 currently.
And as a reminder, this is a best of 5, so one team needs it. One team needs 2 separate victories still.
Yeah, so it looks like Saris and Kawa are still choosing to use the blue pages. Meanwhile, Newsmith is switching to a railfan. Interestingly. And Immortal is sticking with his railfan as well. Apparently.
Be a smart choice. I mean, as we've seen before, two different railfans are a very, very dangerous combination.
Yeah, but without the help from the EMP missiles, it's going to be even more difficult now to get through that shielding.
Yeah, I'm not
Yep.
sure realistically they'll be able to get through much shielding. I think they're hoping to get a pot shot at the back of one of Team 2's ships.
I hope you guys don't mind. I won't be commenting for the rest of the stuff.
No, that's fine. You could probably just take a nap if you want.
I can't. I'm the host.
Oh, true.
After this, we can switch to a different lobby.
Yeah. Yep, so Newsmith over here on the left using his Midnight Sun, and Immortal using the Moon Eclipse. Over here, Blue Pages, as we've seen before.
Moon Eclipse could actually... the nukes on the back could actually make a big difference in this fight.
Yeah. But launching them will put him in a precarious position because he has to rotate like 90 degrees to fire.
Well, to be fair, if he's getting rammed or something, he should be able to get at that 90-degree angle pretty easily. That's mainly the reason to attach nukes to a railfan in the first place, is to act as a ramming deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, last round we watched it get rammed and he wasn't able to do it for some reason. I think it was mostly just due to the fact that Blue Pages was so fast it could just pivot around.
Yeah, the angle at which it needed to ram was very, very shallow compared to most other ships, just because it is that fast.
Yeah, Immortal is definitely a very good painter. As we've said before. I mean, look at these glaring mistakes, though. That one piece of red, how could he?
I still can't find that piece of red.
It's in the, like, a very far corner of the back of Midnight Sun. It's just sticking through from the stripe that's next to it.
Oh, that little tiny dot?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the horror. Really, this is a very tight battlefield as far as asteroids go. There's not a lot of open space.
Yeah.
Not really good for either team.
I would say this paint style does look quite a lot like Vilda's, I believe. They have a similar paint style of using lines and shades.
Somewhat. Circe and Kawa are just kind of chilling at the top there, not sure what they're planning.
Yeah, it appears they want them to come into the asteroid field. I really doubt Immortal and Newsmith will be doing that since they want to be out in the open.
I don't know, I'm not sure they'd want to go through those asteroids, even though it's acting as a choke point for the rail fans. Just the slightest little piloting mistake will have one of them hit the side of the asteroid, and it'll flip them, and then they're stuck.
Yeah, that's definitely something to watch out for, but they're both very experienced pilots, so.
That is true. But for anyone that hasn't played this game, it is way easier than you'd think to get stuck on an asteroid.
Yeah, especially with huge engines because it takes so long to ramp up that you can't counteract your momentum fast enough.
And when you don't have any side thrust or especially retro thrust, there's really not a whole lot you can do to try and get unstuck except for just turn and hope for the best.
Yeah, and with Immortal's lag causing a slideshow, it's going to be even more hard to judge. It's going to be even harder to judge your momentum, since you only get like 2 frames a second.
Yeah, that's one of the main downsides of using direct control, is it does become a lot more difficult when things lag. Now, I don't know if both Saris and Kawa are using direct control. Saris tends to prefer using RTS instead.
I mean, RTS can work for avoiders at least, but for pure orbiters, it's usually a lot better to use direct control.
Yeah, you usually don't see people using RTS with an omnidirectional thrust wall like this.
You mean a single directional, one directional?
Yes,
Yes.
I do. Monodirectional.
Monodirectional. Yeah.
This sounds similar.
Yeah. It's been 84 years. Might have to pause the game to treat the arthritis I've developed. Indeed. Yeah, I'm so glad the camera is auto like sticky. That update was very nice. I don't have to keep constantly have my hand on the mouse. Yeah. I mean, the primary reason RTS doesn't work very well is because RTS usually will only fire 1/2 of the thrusters at a time. Versus in direct control, you can force all the thrusters to fire, even if you're turning, which can be very beneficial.
Yeah, you technically can accomplish that sort of thing in RTS, but it's very, very difficult.
I mean, you
RTS is much...
could auto fire the thrusters. That is true.
Well, that's not really RTS. That's like its own niche
Yeah.
piloting style.
I mean, before we had direct control, there was these direct controlled auto fire type ships that were very interesting. Specifically, I remember OEM was very prevalent in piloting those. And I believe he won a tournament with it, didn't he?
I don't
Or at least
recall.
got close. It was the tournament where explosion guns were revealed to the public when OEM used them, and he used direct fire, auto fire, boost thrusters. He was crazy. Yeah, it was.
That was ridiculous.
I don't know how he does it. Like, I still to this day don't understand how he did that piloting.
It's because he has 5 keyboards.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, he has 8 arms to use to pilot because he's a spider. So
Yeah.
Or actually, isn't he like a handful of spiders? So he kind of was like infinite keyboards, really, at this point. It's like a hive mind of spiders that can control any ship. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it looks like we'll be restarting. This technically was at the beginning of the match since no one fired yet, even though it feels like it's been forever. All right. Looks like we'll be doing round 3 again.
Again.
How
the timing on that,
delightful.
the timing on that was too perfect.
Can we just do like how about New Smith just pilots both ships so Immortal can go find an Ethernet connection and a better computer?
No, it was Saris who got ejected this time.
Yeah, I don't know why. That was weird.
Network spikes happen. They're rare, but I mean, I had one earlier today. Right, I think we're ready to go.
Maybe I could pilot
he's not
Immortal's
done.
ship and then he can tell me where to fly
Oh,
it.
it's fusion. Fusion.
Oh, weren't we gonna switch lobbies?
We can do that.
Yeah, we should
next
probably
time.
do that.
Okay.
Now, I mean, we already started the game, but
Whatever.
We'll
do
do
it
it next time. Yeah, next time.
It's what they all say.
Yeah. I think I'll start working on some homework. Oh, wait. For the 2 viewers still watching, this is the rematch for the 3rd round of Cyrus and Kawa versus Immortal and Nusmas.
This playing field is still really dense, but it's the asteroids are a little smaller overall. A little more open space.
Yeah.
That one asteroid near the very center of the map is pretty annoying, though.
I'm literally listening to my lecture videos in one ear, so you can tell the match is exciting. Smash cut to Immortal using a pizza box and potato battery to play. Indeed.
Using that NVIDIA toaster.
NVIDIA toaster. Dude, it's amazing what they can do on TI-84s these days.
I think he must be running this on a TI-85.
What is the difference between those two?
I have no idea. I don't even know if it exists.
There's a TI-89. That's their fancy, that's their highest model. It still has a black and white screen. It has
So they might be one of those companies then that just numbers things weirdly instead of like in order.
Yeah. TI-85 does actually exist.
Right, finally, we might have some engagement here.
Yeah.
Looks like both Kawa and Saris are closing in. And this is a really good example where Immortal's nukes could make a big difference. It allows Immortal to face the same target as Nuzmus without significantly opening up his rear to damage.
Yeah, I don't think the game would be lying to us, Arcturus. It's definitely Immortal 1000 async.
With that being said, Immortal is really not in a good spot here.
Yeah.
He can... Oh,
He does have nukes ready. I don't know if he's gonna launch them, but he does.
there he goes.
Let's see if they strike. Ooh, Kawa is
Might get thrown
really
off
stuck.
here.
He is spinning. But they're going straight. They're gonna hit the shields at least, but that's still quite a lot of damage.
Oh, they're gonna go straight through the shields.
Nope.
Yeah, that's a lot of surface hits.
It does get in past the shields.
Doesn't quite hit the reactor, but it does split the ship in half.
Yes. Which may actually be beneficial. It's less overall DPS, but he can get behind the ship. Ooh, but it exposes him to those rails. And, oh, the armor on the tip of Immortal stops it. That might have been the shot that killed it. That is unfortunate.
It's worth noting that nukes do 200,000 damage in the area around them, and large shields only have 45,000 health. So a point blank hit with a nuke can do enough damage to actually take out 4 large shields at once, though realistically it'll only ever take out 2. Hala and Ceres appear to be kind of stuck on each other. I don't think they want to be that way.
No.
Yeah, Ceres is losing his grip on Immortal's ship there.
As you can see, Kawa's other half is now, well, was attempting to flank, but I think it got pushed to the side. Kawa is ramming Newsmith into the asteroid. It's not going to
Ooh.
be good for him. Oh, the nukes hit Ceres.
And they do take out that reactor.
And a rail shot going into the rear of Kawa. That would have been much worse if Saris was not able to block some of those rails.
Ceres is at a really awkward point right now where he really wants to detach that extra section of his ship. He's very off balance as far as thrust is concerned, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it. Nuzmus, though, seems very much stuck on that asteroid. Kawa can keep them there pretty much indefinitely, but they might have to move to avoid the Ring of Death.
Yeah, he might try keeping just one of the ships there and lean with the other one to help Ceres out.
Actually, that larger section might be just as stuck as Nuzmus is.
Yeah. I don't see it really having the leverage to escape from the asteroid.
Yeah, the way the structure is set up, it's preventing them from even really turning at all. They're pretty much wedged between a hole in Nuzmus's armor and the asteroid.
Newsmith appears to be pushing free. A little bit, at least.
A little. They're
Um,
still gonna get stuck, though.
yeah, because Kawa is not letting them move anymore. Meanwhile, Ceres... Wait, what did he... He must have gone through the armor on the side. Well, I wasn't paying attention. Or is that the nukes? No, they don't have nukes. Yeah. Mortal is really just trying to keep that other side protected. And maybe trying to rotate to use the nukes on Aris.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna be able to. Though, with both of them in a spin, I'm not sure how well those will actually aim.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to actually hit anything. He's launching them though, and they're going straight forwards.
Yeah, I think he auto-fired them. That was very smart.
That was a very good, well-aimed shot.
Somehow doesn't take out the reactor, though.
Yeah, just... Oh, but the rails might. Yes, there they go. Ceres is now down to just one section, and Kawa looks to be leaving his larger half stuck with Newsmith to keep him pinned.
Yeah, their smaller half is coming to try and assist Ceres, but I'm not sure how much damage they're actually going to be able to do. Looks like Nesmus is actually freeing themselves. They've taken a lot of damage to weapons at this point, but they're still technically functional.
Interesting.
Well, I might have spoken too soon. I was pushing them back whence they came.
Yeah. I think if you count up the thrusters, Kawa has maybe one or two more. Actually, I think they're equal. Let's see. 8 versus 8. Yeah, they're equal. Oh, and there goes the last reactor of Ceres, leaving only Kawa's half of a third left.
It's like, I don't know, closer to 3/5 of a third.
3/5 of a third. Quick, someone do the math.
I'm not sure it's gonna survive much longer, though.
Yeah.
If all those rails were online, that probably would have been a KO.
Kawa is still digging through New Smiths. At this
there's-
point, if he could get free, that would be very beneficial, but I don't think there's any way he's going to do that. He is definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place, to say the least.
Indeed.
Oh, that nuke hitting the debris causes some damage. Interesting.
Now, one advantage Kawa has with that small of a ship is they could theoretically wedge themselves in the hull on Immortal's side armor there. If they manage to do that and get into a spin to prevent the nukes from aiming well, there's very little Immortal could do in that situation.
Oh, the debris push Kawa to the side. The
And that
rails
hurt.
just miss, but that disconnects all of the weapons from the reactor, meaning there is no longer any chance for those weapons to regen once they've fired their last shots. It looks like Kawa's other ship has been freed, but it is not under control.
Yeah, it's
That
disintegrating.
is game.
Good game, very close.
Yeah. 3/5 of 1/3 is 0.18. Okay, thank you. We now know exactly how much was left. Right, is this round 4 now?
Yes, this is going to be round 4, but I think this is a good time to switch lobbies.
Yeah. Do that.
So I'm going to go set that up. Yes, lobby 23, that is precisely what I meant. I set that to team 2. Whoops.
Imagine if we were able to simultaneously do every tournament match at the same time.
That'd be awesome.
It'd still take at least 2 hours because of the internet connection from Immortal.
As much as we're poking fun at their connection and everything, though, it is amazing that Cosmoteer allows that to even work in the first place.
Yeah, definitely. Cosmoteer is very forgiving in terms of hardware. You can basically play it on anything.
Yeah, I mean, people will complain about lag and everything, but on other games, they wouldn't be able to play it in the first place.
Yeah. Really, this would probably be one of the few games they're able to actually play in multiplayer. Except for maybe like an IO game, even then.
Alright, so currently Immortal and Nuzmus are in the lead. 2-1. Probably deciding what type of ship they want to bring at this point. Not entirely sure what Nuzmus and Immortal are waiting on at this point. They've both selected that railgun nuke hybrid orbiter thing.
Yeah, in the meantime, it looks like Team 2 of Saris and Kawa have stuck with the blue pages, which is going to be interesting to see how they handle against these moon eclipses.
I mean, they haven't readied. They're probably trying to figure out what they want to use to counter those moon eclipses.
True, they have some very thick armor. Looks like Immortal's switching things up.
Alright, looks like they're all happy with it, so. This will definitely be difficult for Team 2 here, because there isn't a very good attack angle on either one of their opponent's ships. And again, two different railgun ships, you never want to get between them, so that's going to make piloting even more difficult.
Yeah. Opting for double nukes is definitely going to put some more pressure on the walls. But will it be enough?
To be quite honest, I'm a little surprised that Saris and Kawa opted to stick with their walls because, I mean, at face value, it seems like they're at a pretty significant disadvantage with this matchup.
Yeah. It may just be that that's the ship they have the most practice with. I can imagine that would sway their decision.
Battlefield here is a lot more open. last match we saw a lot of people getting stuck on asteroids or bumping into asteroids. It'll be interesting to see how the lack of asteroids affects this match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be harder for Kawa to pull the same move he did last time.
Like, despite the lack of asteroids, though, Koa and Ceres have chosen to dance around the only asteroid in the vicinity.
Yeah.
But I guess it's a smart play, because it might allow them to get closer to Team 1 there without being in the line of fire of their railguns.
As the frames chug along, looks like Theris is finally getting around that asteroid, but he's definitely going to be way too far away from Smith and Immortal.
And also kind of far away from Kawa.
Yeah.
Really doesn't want to stay too far away from his teammate. Nesmus and maybe Immortal are starting to turn to face Ceres. Meanwhile, Kawa looks to be doubling back, and they're going to do kind of a pincer maneuver around the asteroid. At least that's the plan.
I bet it's a lot nicer for people watching this afterwards because they can just speed it up to like 4 times. Then maybe we'll see a normal frame rate. First rail shot from Smith, glancing off the shields. Kawa is coming in for a ram, it looks like.
I don't think that's going to be a ram. They're
I mean, he is turning. I think
yeah, might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it is. So again, really the only place that ram is safe is right there, where not a lot of railguns can fire at them, and they're out of range of nukes.
But Immortal is getting a side shot. If he had saved that railfire volley for just a little longer, he would have had a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, now at this point, Kawa can abuse the reload time of those railguns to turn all the way back around.
Is going in front of the railfan of Smith. Is he going to take the opportunity? But... It looks like Smith is not fired.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, but it is just too late, it appears.
Oh.
Wow, that was some serious maneuvering.
Crazy agility.
Yeah.
Smith is trying to turn back for another shot, but...
Nukes are away from Immortal, but I really don't think they're ever going to hit.
No, they're going to miss.
They're like a mile off. They might hit the... No, they're not even close to the other ship either. Oh, but the nukes from Smith are hitting the corner of Kawa.
I wonder how those even launched. They did take quite a bit of weapons and shields out, but didn't hit the reactor, so... Looks like Kawa's trying to ram the back, take out as many nukes as possible.
Now these two wall pilots are very focused on making sure they don't expose themselves to the other rail fan. So far it's working. Kawa is really stuck into that ram. Newsmith's going full throttle, cannot move from that pin.
And once all of those nukes are destroyed, there's really not much they can do to defend themselves. There's nothing preventing Kawa from maintaining that ram.
Some nukes are launching though.
Yeah,
But
and that is going to do
it's not quite
some
enough
damage.
to get through all of the shielding.
It definitely got the shielding, it just didn't quite destroy anything. Kawa has also pushed Newsmith so far away that they can no longer fire at Ceres in the meantime. And there goes the last nuke off of Newsmith.
Yeah,
It's only a matter of time
Newsmith
before they lose a reactor now.
only has some exposed thrusters. The shrapnel from his nukes are being protected a little, but it's not gonna survive for much longer.
And there goes that reactor and the control room. Kawa looks to still be maintaining the ram though to try and take out that other reactor, get all of those remaining railguns offline.
Yeah,
And there it goes.
and that is it for Newsmith. He is out of this match. All that's left for Team 1 is Immortal. He's launching his nukes yet again, but perpendicular movement is your enemy right there. You've got to make sure when you're aiming your nukes that the enemy is moving either towards or away from the nukes, not perpendicular.
To be fair, I'm not sure they really have much choice in this scenario.
True.
They can launch it, hope for the best, or they can just never really launch it.
Kawa is leaving it up to Saris to finish off Immortal as he sits there.
Ceres definitely does seem to have the agility advantage here. It's just going to take a while to get through all that armor.
Another volley of nukes already, but it looks like he's saving them for now, or maybe he's not quite in range.
He might not quite be in range of any reactors or other important parts. He should be in range of the very edge of Ceres' ship, but again, like you said, firing at that probably won't do much.
He's launching them anyways.
Well, that is the best time to try and launch them because they're in kind of a straightaway. If they travel far enough behind Ceres before they arm and fire, they'll fire much straighter towards him, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Right.
He is now pushing Immortal out of the ring completely. I think he's just wanting to get it over with sooner, realizing that Kawa can just sit in the ring. There's really no reason for him to continue to stay in.
Not sure if that asteroid ram was intentional, though.
Probably not. Although he is still keeping the pressure on, and that is game.
Good
Team
game.
2 now has... Is that 2 or 3
That's-
wins?
That's 2 and 2.
2 and 2. Wow. We are cutting it close for this last round.
If Nesmus and Immortal win, we could have up to, 14 matches for the finals. Maybe we should just do that tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, man. This is a lot of matches.
Alright. We might be seeing a rematch here. Not sure.
Yeah. I don't think I would have used the same ship if I had just lost twice in a row, but okay, it seems they are switching it up. Nope,
Or
never
not.
mind. It might just be that they really want to switch to their ship, but they can't think of anything that would actually be significantly better.
Nesmus has switched back to the heavier railfan though.
Oh. And that is going to be the start of the match. I believe this is a copy of their first, or well, not first, but what is it, third match? I don't remember now. Yeah, I think this is a redo of their third match.
One of the previous matches.
Yeah.
Who knows which one?
Yeah, so Immortal using the nuke railfan and Newsmus using the heavy railfan. Kawa and Saris both using
Blair,
the blue
turn off
pages.
your UI.
Whoops. Map generation, why have you forsaken me? I mean, I don't think it's really that much of a disadvantage. There is quite a few asteroids along the sides. It is interesting that there's like a pathway straight to the middle from where the railfan spawned.
I think that's what they're complaining about. They can't really flank the railfans easily without exposing themselves to volley,
True.
but they also don't want to attack head on.
Yeah, I feel like most of this match is going to be decided by that first encounter, whether they are successful in ramming or whether they get sniped before they get there.
Right, so Saris and Kawa are trying to go around and flank. But the amount of asteroids in that area is really going to limit their approach options.
Looks like Kawa and Sars are now trying to attack from both sides. But Immortal is trying to boost forward and get out of their pincer formation.
Yeah, it looks like they're both trying to make a beeline towards the rough center of the map away from that pincer maneuver.
Looks like the pincer maneuver failed, or they canceled it because it doesn't look like they were full thrusting towards either of the rail ships.
Yeah, I think Team 1 there realized what was going on early enough to get themselves too far away for that to work. Important to remember that rails are their most dangerous at a distance like this. That's why Kawa and Saris are wanting to really put a lot of effort into how they approach.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think this part decides what how the match turns out.
Yeah, a bad approach can definitely make or break an entire match.
Newsmith's deciding to turn towards Saris rather than going for Kawa. Interesting strategy. Let's see if this works out for him.
That is very interesting because that's going to give Kawa the opportunity to ram their
But
side.
he's not able to rotate fast enough, and Saris has avoided it, at least for now.
But Immortal might have a good shot on Kawa right here. And is firing
and
the
those
at
nukes.
Saris. That could hurt.
He might be able to avoid. Yeah, I think he's able to avoid him for the
Depends
most
on what they're aiming at.
Yeah.
That was very close to hurting.
Yeah.
But this next railfan might really, really hurt.
It did knock all of his structure off, except for one tiny piece on the corner.
Saris, though, doing a good job of ramming to try and prevent those vulnerable shields from getting hit.
Yeah.
And you can see there the extra little bit of damage on Nesmus's ship helping can get fully through those large shields while Immortal's ship can't.
It's interesting. Saris wants to ram to keep Immortal from turning, but he also doesn't because that's keeping Immortal's nukes facing straight toward his opponent or his teammate. Oh, but Kawa is able to move out of the way, it looks like, before the nukes can reload.
Yeah, Immortal might also be really focused on Saris's ship there.
I'm having deja vu. Didn't we already do this one?
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah, those nukes might make a difference here if
Yeah,
Immortal
I think.
auto-fires them at the right time.
Oh, here they come. Kawa,
might be
I
early.
don't think. Oh, he's aiming at the other ship.
Interesting.
Not sure why. I guess he figured that would have a better chance of hitting. I think he was right in his prediction because Kawa did seem to move out of the way. But let's see if Saris can do the same.
I don't think there's much avoiding that, but I think they're all going to hit at the same time, which means they won't do quite as much
Yeah,
internal damage.
ideally you'd want the nukes to be in a line, and that causes the next nuke to penetrate further than the previous. But when they're all spread out like that, they'll all hit the outside, which will still do a lot of damage, but they won't be as devastating.
Yeah, the damage is spread over like
Ooh, but the nukes
only
plus
surface.
the railgun is able to just barely misses, actually. That was a very close for the control room of Saris's blue pages.
Yeah, that's the main advantage of that ship, I think, is it has so much thrust. Not only can it, like, do normal outmaneuvers and everything, but it can dodge projectiles that normally you can't by sheer acceleration.
Yeah.
I mean, railfans are one of the most precise and accurate weapons in the game. Dodging them even at max range is very difficult, and Saris was able to do it just then at almost point blank, really.
It's interesting that Nusma seems to be thrusting towards Kawa Even though to get out of that ram, you probably would want to go the other way. Though I guess at that point, he won't ever have a chance at shooting him. Because it would allow Kawa to ram into his rear. Let's see. Looks like Saris and Kawa are timing their rotations very well so that they are not actually exposed on the rear.
Yeah, a couple nukes fired at Kawa, but they might just bounce off shields.
Or miss completely? Let's see. He is
No, they're
rotating.
definitely
No,
gonna hit.
they're gonna hit. I mean,
And
that,
both do hit on the surface of the shield before they go down.
yeah, that just took out both of their shields. Oh, a penetration on Saris's ship. It must have been going through the large shield which caused that. Interesting.
Yeah, Immortal has been auto-firing, which is giving Curse's large shields a tough time.
Yeah. As you can see, because Saris doesn't have his structure fork to protect him, it causes the large shield to be blocked.
And it also makes it much harder for Ceres to try and turn and get a better angle to ram.
Yeah. Ideally, Saris would want to be in the same position Ka was at. Oh, Noosmus is able to launch a volley at Saris's other section, weakening it. Let's see if Immortal can follow up. I think he's going to be targeting the middle section, though.
Well, what else can he target at this point?
Yeah, he is kind of stuck there.
Yeah, you can see he was trying to turn to that damaged side of Ceres, but Ceres simply pushes back against it.
Over here, it is... Kawa has just now broken through the outer layer of armor. There's a small hole. And it looks like he's firing his cannons into that hole he's made. Cause some serious damage to the internals of Gnusmith's ship.
Eventually. It'll probably still take a bit.
Immortal firing his rails again. But he does not do any critical damage.
Yeah, he certainly poked a lot of holes in Ceres' ship, but not a lot of overall functional damage.
A lot of overpenetration, for sure. Ceres appears to be trying to reorientate himself, but I'm not sure if it's
Cosmos is
working.
about to lose his reactor there. Starting to get hit. That was faster than I thought.
Yeah. It's down to 1,000 health. 100 health. One more shot and it's down. Or the fire
And it's
might
on
get
fire.
it. It's on fire, yeah.
Yeah, the fire is going to kill that either way.
70 health. 40 health. And there it goes.
And there it goes.
And that blows up the control room as well. That is really unfortunate. He doesn't have any way to protect that control room after one of the reactors goes off.
Yeah, so at this point, Kawa has a very important decision to make. They either want to attack that other reactor on Nuzmus to prevent the railguns from making a difference later in the battle, or they might want to go help their teammate fight Immortal before they're completely destroyed and end up in 1v1 scenario again.
Immortal launching more nukes. They might hit if he aimed them properly, but you don't really have
doesn't
much of
look
a
like it.
chance of aiming when you are at this angle.
Yeah, I don't think those are going to
those
hit.
are leaving.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, they might hit Kawa, though. Oh, no, they're not quite. No, they're not.
No.
If he had aimed them a little bit sooner, They might have hit Kawa, but Kawa would have been able to react in time, as you can see here.
Yeah, those really do travel a long distance once they're launched.
Yeah.
Right, so at this point, Kawa's going to try and go help his teammate. Nesmus is completely out of the match.
It's not looking good for Immortal here. They,
Yeah,
oh,
Kawa's
Taurus is
on
giving
approach.
up his ram. But Kawa is now coming in with his firepower as well.
I think giving up the ram is the smart play. That'll give Kawa more of a chance to fire back, and it'll help Ceres with focus fire. He's regenerated some of his shield, so theoretically he could take a full rail fan a little better.
Yeah. They're still denying Immortal the chance to fire the volley.
Oh, but those nukes are heading straight towards Kawa. That could do some serious damage.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to take out the weapons. I don't think it's going to hurt the reactor, though.
No, but Team 1 here
Oh,
really wants
the
this.
rail over penetrating. That would be a pretty ironic thing to shoot through your teammate and snipe your reactor.
So, one of the problems with firing nukes is that the nuke explosion expands over time, and it'll only do damage over time in some scenarios. So again, if you have all of your nukes hitting the same spot at once, they'll do a massive amount of damage to a very concentrated area. Whereas if they hit individually like they did versus Kawa there, they'll have more of a chance to expand, do as much damage as they're able to before the next nuke comes and hits, which helps drill more of a hole.
Yeah. And it looks like the last nuke has been taken out, leaving Immortal with only 4 rails. Oh, 6 rails, I mean.
6 rails, but none of them are online. He might be having some serious logistical issues.
Yeah.
That's not a sandwich. That's a hot dog. The angle isn't quite right to be a sandwich.
Yeah. Reminds me of that one picture of of someone trying to make a sandwich out of a Granny Smith.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah.
Alright, well, Kawa's successfully drilling through the back of Immortal and is pretty soon gonna hit that control room, and that'll be game. Yeah, first hit, control room's on fire. 1,000. And there it goes. Good game. That entire set was very, very close. Alright, so with that, Ceres and Kawa will advance to the finals, and they will be fighting Salifs and Nug. Right, so since this is a double elimination bracket, if Salifs and Nug do lose the set, which is a best of 7, I should mention, then they'll actually go again because they'll technically get kicked back down into the losers bracket, and then there'll be another final battle. That being said, since Saris and Kawa have already been eliminated once, if Salifs and Nug win the first set, then that'll just be it.
We're gonna
Interesting.
find out then. Let's get it. Looks like everybody's in. It looks like Team 2, Saris and Kawa, are sticking with the blue pages, while Sifis is going for a TB Railfan. What might Nug be using today? Looks like Nug is going for a could be a rail orbiter.
I'd be interested to see how the EB rail does versus the blue pages.
Yeah.
Normally, tractor beam.
It's gonna be quite interesting.
Yeah.
Right, now it's just up to Kawa, so be ready. Alright, and everyone's loading in. It looks like Sylphis actually has some nukes too, to eventually warrant off any ramming attacks from both the blue pages.
Weird to see Kawa saying that, because normally I'd say this is a pretty horrible map. There's
Right.
nowhere to go once the ring shrinks.
The center is just clustered with rocks everywhere.
As funny as it is, Saris and Kawa might be at a disadvantage simply because the game is moving so much faster now, and they're used to playing with it moving really slowly. But we'll see.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little harder maybe for them to keep up, but looks like Nuggets fires off the first volley and slams right into Kawa's shields.
And that's a very nice maneuver they did there. Got to the side of Nug for a second. Ooh, nice dodge.
Sylph has actually lost 2 of his nukes.
But the other 2 are still firing. Don't quite hit anything,
No.
though.
All they do is slam into Sylphis himself.
Saris getting a pretty good ram there, but probably not going to last very long since those TBs are just so strong.
However, the opposite probably can be said for Kawa, who seems to have a pretty good actually no, well, a very temporary ram on Nug.
Oh, that's a nasty hit from Salifs onto Saris there. Saris got turned around by the tractor beams, just couldn't turn in time.
It's like Kawa had the same fate too. He lost the right wing of his ship.
And Saris is going to get hit again. Ow. His lack of thrust on the right side just could not fight with the tractor beams.
Oh, they're each down to 1 center module. This is not good. Both rail fans are both rail TB rail fan and rail orbiter are completely operational, and now Nug tears Saris apart. GG.
Good game.
Right after a very dominant victory from Nug and Sylphas, let's see if Saris and Kawa are ready to switch up their tactics. Looks like Team 2 is going for looks to be avoiders. Very nice. See if their speed will help them out in this case. Or omnidirectional thrust.
Yeah, we might be having some technical issues here.
What, do you guys need
Yeah.
a new streamer now? Why is Polar no longer capable of streaming? What is this?
Because it took so long, probably.
So fair enough. Alright, well, I guess it's just gonna be me talking to my teammate instead of the casters for the rest of matches.
Well, no, you can.
Alright. Should I add caller to this chat then?
Yeah, you could.
I mean, we're gonna be talking, and you guys can't cast while we're talking, so I'm just gonna call Kawa.
Alright. Okay. Alright.
Alright.
Good luck. Okay, yeah.
I guess that means we're ready.
Yep.
Actually, we're no longer even casting to anyone, are we?
I don't think.
Don't apologize. They knew what they were gonna
I
get
don't
to.
apologize.
Thank you. Very, very good. Okay, literally just hide behind rocks. Just hide behind rocks.
Alright, I see one on the left, yeah. That one's probably actually which one's closer? This one's closer to the center.
We can both hide behind them. You can tank at least one volley for sure. Don't know about two. I just,
Damn,
of
okay.
course. Elbows. Okay, you are about to get double teamed. So. Oh, man.
Oh shoot, that's not good.
Oh, come on, man. You had one job. As did he, and he's stuck on the rock now. Let's see if this goes well.
Whoa.
Okay, they're coming for me now. No, they're not. One of them is not coming for me.
That was okay.
Oh, that's so
Oh, Nug is
irritating.
coming for you.
What even turned off? Okay, well. Like I said, this was not a great idea. I'm completely dead, by the way.
Oh, I have an idea. So, do you want to offer the red light, green light thing?
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I Probably think not.
What, you weren't in the call when I was with Sloaking? And I'm pretty sure you were in the call.
Okay, you need to run from Salifs. Like, the only way you win is if you stay far, far away from Salifs.
I'm trying.
Why do you keep touching the asteroid?
I suck at avoider piloting.
We practiced so much. We practiced for like a week. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, that was a...
Yeah, all your central shields have been stripped. Okay, Salifs is going around, so you need to stay where you are in a certain sense. Nice block. Salifs is coming over the top, and you're about to take damage. Going over the top.
Ouch. Oh, Salus is camping me. Well,
I think that's game.
yeah. I'm gonna forfeit.
Alright, missile orbiters it is.
Yep. We want the armored version, right? Like the heavily armored?
Yes, as heavily armored as ever did heavily armored.
Or do you want the light version?
Heavily armored as what did I just say?
Oh, I know. I just wanted to suggest the lights.
How would the light be superior?
It's funny. You can play red light, green light.
I'm not convinced.
Aw, okay.
Can't believe Polar had to go. Well, I suppose I can. It's very unfortunate. Switch to nukes since the EMPs are gonna have no use here. What's the plan?
Mine is
Both of us just ram one of them and hope for the best?
sure. I was thinking about following you, and then we could take each other's backs. But this could work. I'll try.
Yeah, they split up, so best of luck to you.
You
Nug
too.
is coming down. Salus is also coming down. Watch out. It's gonna be kind of bad. You're getting shot at.
Yep.
Okay, I'm switching to Salus.
Alright.
Let's not get shot. I'm getting shot. I got shot. See, this is why I was not of the opinion that they would work.
Fair.
However, the missile is still firing. They could still get killed by this corpse. Let's hope so. That's not a great position. Oh, man. Yeah, I definitely think spinner of some sort would have been best here, but it didn't have enough time to finish it.
Yeah.
Lead them to my corpse. If at all possible. Oh, really, they deserve to win. They came up with
Yeah.
the... Well, they exploited the best strategy available, which seems to be fast rail arbiters. I think let's do one last blue pages for the... You know, for the shtick.
Would you be interested in the canon version? Sure. Serious?
No, I'm good.
Oh, I didn't hear you say anything.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh,
That's so saddening.
well,
Do-do-do. Do-do-do, we're dead. Yeah, Salus is definitely the bigger threat. Nog is just its Archangel to come in and protect it, or whatever the term is. That's not the right one.
Guardian?
Yeah. Nog is just to make sure Salus can deliver punishment and destabilize opponents. Okay, Salus seems... They both seem pretty occupied, so now's your chance to come in, I think.
Yep.
Okay, I'm coming to shoot Salus.
Oh, I have a good angle on Salus. Okay, not anymore. Ciao. I'll try to block Salus' shot for you, but I can't. Yeah.
See, that's what I mean about, like, the proper aiming techniques. It's like, I think both of us took damage there because of it.
Yeah.
Alright, well, good game.
Yep.
Hey, Kala, for my winning strategy, I suggest you win. I think it's a...
Amazing strategy.
I think it's a really solid idea that you should implement.
I also think that should be the case.
Kawa, you're not winning. I told you to win.
I don't know, man. It's kind of.
Kawa, come on, you're gonna not win.
You're right.
Kawa, you didn't win. What? Alright, that's the, that's the tournament.
That's the tournament. Yep.
And Alephs are the winner, of course. The next tournament is probably going to be 1v1 because I am sick of dealing with real arbiters, and I think that there's interesting things that are just never have the chance to be interesting in terms of, you know, being interesting.
Finally, a chance for me to try to use one ship for every game.
that would definitely be one of the things ever. And since I am lacking a fancy graphic, I shall upload a really bad one, just real quick image. How do I do this? Here we are. And bracket. Okay, so as you can see, dear viewers, bracket is a little bit too large. So as you can see, Nug themselves, with their complete lack of losses, got through the entire thing, which is ridiculous. They just didn't lose. They didn't even need their technically second life because they never got knocked out of the losers bracket. So that's just amazing. I'm banning them from the rest of my games. Have a nice stream, everyone.
Goodbye, viewers. I don't know if they could hear me.